We're live. Good morning, everyone. Hi, Tracy. Hi, Angel Baby. Hi, Jay Z. I think I saw someone from Arizona here. We've got Wales here. There are a couple of things I wanted to mention before we get going. And one is the issue of the plate glass window. In one of the arguments in court, they discussed Mr. Torres's medical records, where he put his hand through a plate glass window. And subsequent to that, there were a number of people commenting on YouTube and other social media saying Mr. Torres punched a plate glass window. And I find that interesting because nobody said that. This is an assumption. Now, I'm sure Sarah's going to claim that, but nobody actually said that. And somehow the narrative became that. So somebody interpreted it, and then that became the narrative as if it's the truth. So I just wanted to point that out. Hello, Australia, South Africa, Texas. Hi, Kim. Yes, I hope we have court sound too. I think sometimes when they're just starting off, they have to make adjustments for that. I'm grateful that there's a pool camera and that we get to see it at all. Hi from Thailand. Quite a few of you from Australia here. A few from Texas. I have somebody in the comments said that they got s'mores Pop-Tarts. I'd never heard of such a thing. By the way, this is not sponsored. This is because of Sarah's demands. She wanted snacks above and beyond what other inmates get. It's not an issue of, oh, she's starving and denied food. She gets food. She even gets cookies. But she wanted Pop-Tarts. Anyway, somebody told me about s'mores Pop-Tarts. So I went and bought these things. I don't know how anybody eats them. They're so sweet. Hello, New Jersey. Hiya, Rachel. Yeah, I'll send pets to Watson. Oh, Cindy's in Winter Park, Florida. We've got Connecticut here, London. GB, is that London, England or London, Ontario? Carolyn's asking, how do people think the trial is going so far? Dave says, hello from corrupt Chicago, Illinois. Whoa, that sounds like maybe you have some stories to tell. I'm not buying it, says Sarah refuses breakfast, so deserves nothing until lunch. While she's going to court, she gets 2 bagged meals. So she does get a breakfast and a lunch. So it's not like she's starving. She can, even if she doesn't want breakfast right away, she can eat that bagged lunch later. Hi, North Dakota. Rachel is saying, I think the prosecution has to be careful with their case so far so they don't open any doors. Yes. Yes, very important. Hi, Germany. Hi, Ellie. Nice to see you again. Got someone from Vancouver Island, Georgia. Oh, GB, it's London, Ontario. New York City, Sweden, Netherlands, Orlando. We have everybody. Jay-Z, does Sarah really have a battered spouse book with her at the defense table? I believe James Owens has the battered spouse book. sitting at the defense table. The other thing that somebody commented, and I didn't notice if this was the case or not, but somebody said that Sarah in her papers had the power and control wheel. For those of you who don't know, I should have got one for you so I could put it up. There is something called a power and control wheel in relation to DV, or otherwise known as IPV, interpersonal violence, or intimate partner violence, sorry. And that shows all kinds of elements of what happens in domestic violence. It shows a tension building stage. It shows how the perpetrator controls financially, physically, in every respect, right? And all the tactics that they use, and that Sarah has that. And my thinking is, well, of course she has that, because she needs to inform herself on what it really looks like, on what she needs to allege. Thus, this all of a sudden alleging that he was harming the dogs, which really ticked me off. Hi, Brazil. I'm not buying it. Says most of the elements on the wheel apply to Sarah. I'm assuming you mean Sarah as the offender. Yeah? One who sees says, how are they getting away with saying it was unintentional and battered spouse syndrome? Owens said it in his opening statement. Well, they got to put forward the best defense they can come up with. So that's why. Whether they get away with it or not, we're going to find out. In order for them to actually put evidence forward of prior bad acts on the part of Mr. Torres, Sarah's going to have to testify pretty early. And she is going to have to claim that there was an overt act. And the overt act of Mr. Torres putting his hand out of the suitcase, which I don't buy for a minute, by the way, that, wanting to live is not going to be an overt act that justifies self-defense. Especially if he'd been in that suitcase for a while and she'd been beaten on the suitcase, as she herself says that she did. So that's anger. That's revenge. That's not fear. And anger on the part of a victim is normal. It is expected. But it's the timing of it, right? It's not, I went away and processed it and got angry. It's in that moment where she's claiming she was fearing for her life. And so she took revenge and took the time to videotape it instead of fleeing to go get help, when in the past she could flee. She knew she could flee. And it's not like she had a child there that she had to stay there for. So, Emily, you're watching while waiting to debark from a cruise. Wow. I'm not buying it. It says, I have a picnic basket that my cats sleep in. No way would I close the lid on them. Yeah. Yes, Robert Greene says it's sadistic torture. It's not self-defense. Jane Doe says, you know what I missed so far? Any positive thing about the victim. No need to pretend he's the baby J, but some kindness and grace would be nice. Yeah, I was hoping he would get humanized more right off the top. Jay-Z says she had no problems calling the police on him every chance she got. Yeah, that's true. Good morning, California. Kathy says she didn't expect him to die. She was reminding him who was boss. I think so too. Well, I think she was taking revenge, but yeah. I don't think she expected him to actually expire. But I think she did want to torture him and disregarded the danger to his life. And it is not uncommon in DV cases for the ultimate demise of the victim to not have been the initial intent, but it happens in the course of the violence, right? Janet says Sarah left an opening for him to get out, and when he tried, she beat his hand with the baseball bat. Can't have it both ways. Well, you can't have it both ways in the sense that I'm so afraid of him, and that's why I didn't let him out. That's why I beat his hand, and I'm so afraid of him, so I left it open and I flipped it over so that he could get out and come upstairs, right? You can't have it that way. But I don't think his hand or his fingers came out at all. I don't think that. I think she made that up. Elle is saying the beds were made. When you look at the body cam video, yes, I did notice though that Sarah's bed, although it was made, it was not, that bedspread wasn't all smoothed out. So it looked like somebody was laying on top of the bedspread. Emily says, I think Sarah was the primary aggressor. Her alimony paid for their apartment. He didn't have a phone and wasn't allowed to use hers without asking her. She dictated what they would do that day. Yes, and she said herself, I had him do puzzles. I had him do art. So she even went as far as dictating whether or not they would listen to music, how long he could talk to his brother. And that was something that didn't come out in the witness statement yesterday from his brother, that she was yelling at Mr. Torres saying, I need to talk to my brother. And this is part of the problem that happens when things go on too long. It's been 4.5 years. So witnesses forget details like that. Aaron says the coroner's report did say there was damage to his fingers. So I do think Sarah hit his fingers. Yeah, maybe. You guys are talking about the syringes. I'm not sure. My understanding is that it's somehow related to treatment for his alcohol abuse. For some people, you'll sometimes hear alcoholics being given alcohol it prevents them from sometimes the withdrawal from alcohol is actually life-threatening. So they do things to help mitigate that. Jay-Z says, I agree. I think she was the primary aggressor, and George defended himself in each instance, but he's the one who went to jail. Yes. And in speaking with male victims, I warn them, look, if you're going to stay, you're in a position where it's going to be hard to defend yourself physically if she comes at you, because guess who's going to get blamed, right? Nessie Girl says, I think she was coming up with a story before she phoned Brian that morning. Oh, yeah, definitely. Definitely. And in her text message to Mr. Torres's brother, she said, hide and seek I shall. And some people are taking that to mean premeditation. I took it as, and I mean, I could be wrong, but I took it as this is just how her brain works, right? Jane says, Lori, to me, it is so weird that a lot of killers have been in TV shows. Yeah, I don't know. I think I could argue that a couple of different ways, for and against, but I haven't seen any studies on that, so I don't know. CB saying Lori agreed about the male victim. And this is one of the things that makes it so difficult for officers at the scene when both of them are accusing each other, or when he says, "But I was defending myself." So they look at what's around at the scene to see what physical evidence, if any, corroborates one story better than another, for example. Yeah, Carolina's saying Sarah wasn't in any imminent danger. Why did she go upstairs to go to bed instead of calling 911? Where's the fear? And how do you go to sleep if you're terrified for your life? How do you go to sleep? CB says the text proves she had it on her mind to kill him. I think you could argue that way, or you could argue the other way. That that's just the way she thinks, and getting rid of him meant throwing him out. Dark Poison is saying, didn't Sarah hit his hand with the baseball bat or the suitcase? She says she did. The problem is she keeps making up stories. So we're going to have to rely on the evidence to piece things together because she lies so much. Is George's ex-wife a witness? Someone is asking. I can't see why she would be. I don't see why she would be. Oh, Al is saying, my mother, who has never seen anything about this trial, watched the first day and doesn't believe a word she said based on the body cam alone. She's not even seen the suitcase video yet. That's interesting. Thank you for telling me that. I'm really interested in what people who know nothing about it think about it. Oh, here we go. So that background noise is loud, but there's nothing I can do about it. And I'm going to try and move my picture. Whoops. Here. I don't want my picture to cover up Sarah's face. But I will forget to move or forget to look to see. So if my picture is covering up something, somebody yell at me in the comments. Good morning, Mississippi. I'm not buying it, said my sister heard the 911 call and said she killed him and is trying to put up a defense. Very interesting to me. Did your sister know about this case before? Carolina is saying, I noticed that Sarah Boone draws fiercely when she doesn't like what she's hearing and calmly when she does. I think part of her writing is a way to refocus and to almost self-soothe, like cope with the stress. Thank you, Dave, for your comment there. The beautiful Bernice, the video with Brian describing how abusive she was in their marriage is going to hurt her badly. I don't know if they're going to introduce that. I think I think they can. I think they should, but they might be waiting. I don't know. Vicinator says, "Thanks for doing this for us." You know what? Thanks for coming. This is watching this and thinking about it and talking about it is so much better when I can have a two-way conversation with you. It's way better with you here. So, and I mean all of you. So thanks for coming. Good morning, British Columbia. Loba Volcana is saying Sarah was studying the circle of power and control because she has to learn how to be a victim. Exactly. And somebody had asked me, oh, not long ago, do you think she's going to put on the waterworks? And I think she may try, or her lawyer might have suggested to her that, it's okay for you to show remorse. It's okay for you to show grief. So she might try. But the thing with faking it is people's timing is off. So they don't know they're supposed to feel, or they know they're supposed to feel something, but they don't get the timing right. So I think it would come across if she tries to do that. Oh, I'm not buying it, says Lori. I replied to your question. Sorry, I didn't see it. Aaron says, I hope the jury noticed that Sarah is studying on how to be a victim. I bet you they didn't. They're probably not paying attention to what her papers are. I think that we were able to pick up on that because of the camera angle. So I don't know. Hello, Portugal. Vicinator says, I'm still angry she is claiming he abused the dog. Yeah. Especially after she said, oh, he loves the dogs. And there's video of on my phone of him dancing with the dogs. So. A lot of people are saying that she gives Amber Heard vibes. Paige says, jurors can see and feel through fake tears. You bring up a good point. When we're viewing something on camera, as useful as it is, when you're actually there, and you all know this, right? When you're actually in the room with the person, there's a different, you pick up more. You sense more, right? There are a lot of cues because we use all of our senses. So there are a lot of cues that the jury may pick up on that we may not see. So Cindy's talking about how men can be victims of DV, even big men. Yes. Romeo Saints, thank you. Oh, says it helps you mentally. Oh, that's good to know. Someone's asking, is this allowed that she is studying the wheel in order to lie better? She can do whatever she wants. She can do whatever she wants. The prosecutor's going to have to argue it. And if I was the defense and that issue was brought up, I would say, no, she's a victim and we're trying to educate her so she can help heal. I would say something like that. Cindy's saying Dad's friend, who was a DV victim, called from a payphone and asked to stay with us the next night. Yeah, and that's unusual. It's really, males don't tend to report. It's getting better, but there are all kinds of societal pressures for them not to report, and there are less resources to help male victims. And the reason there are less resources is because the majority of victims really are female, but that doesn't mean that men aren't harmed and that they shouldn't also get treatment or assistance. Addie saying, suddenly claiming George harmed the dogs and essayed. Yeah, there was that. She's so full of it. Yep. Aaron saying that she's a low, vile woman. Yeah. CB says, agreed, men need assistance too. Look, regardless of your gender, you're a human being. And nobody should be subjected to abuse. I don't care how old you are. I don't care how physically large and strong you are. It's not okay. You know, there's this, and this is getting better too, but there can be this attitude where it's almost like men aren't allowed to feel or something. You know, having feelings makes you human, not weak. Tracy said you saw a documentary on male DV. Yeah, it's a real thing. One who sees the video of George busting up things is going to hurt the prosecution. Possibly. What the part of my problem with showing pictures anyway, there might be, I don't know if it's a video or if it's a photograph. Videos are better, but you can I can show a picture to you of an injury. Like a couple of weeks ago, I had a mark here. I could claim that's anything. It was Watson and I roughhousing, but you know, I could claim it's anything. And we know she's not beyond lying and making up stories. Jenna, to tag someone in the chat, just hit the @ right? And then start typing in their name and it should pop up. Kim saying he wasn't a danger to her being in a suitcase. Right. And the question is how he got in the suitcase to begin with. Because everyone is accepting that he voluntarily got in. And I keep saying it. And I have a video where I point out the silence in the middle of the fight and then the crash, all that. I don't think he got in the suitcase on his own to begin with. So there's that. And I'm hoping that gets addressed somehow. Laura says there are two things that will sink Sarah with no input from the prosecution. The videos and Sarah herself. I think so. I think you're right. KPM, if she was so scared of him, why did she unzip him the next morning? Yeah, well, she could argue that he wasn't moving or anything. I still have questions about when she unzipped him, when she took him out And the reason I have questions about that is, when rigor started. So I really want to know the time of death because of one of the remarks made in the autopsy report. I think he may have been gone before she even went to bed. Paul on the Sophist channel said Sarah probably told George to get in the suitcase, hence the name hide and seek. I don't believe that for a second, but Paul, that guy reporting from my sofa, is at his channel. I love the way he talks. He cracks me up. Pamela thinks that rigor sort of came and went. I I think so too, but I don't know. I don't have enough medical knowledge to say that with any confidence. Vicinator. Abuse victims don't go to sleep for 12 hours after an incident of violence. I suffered extreme verbal abuse, not physical, and I was always on high alert. I would not be able to sleep for days. Yeah. Some people go to when the danger has passed, when they know the danger has passed, they they get like almost like a crash. And we have to remember there were two bottles, big bottles of alcohol there, and another bottle that they had a receipt for, and I don't know where that bottle is anyway. So they had quite a lot to drink. So that would play into it too. Pamela says it takes 6 hours for stiff rigor to pass. Troy is saying Sarah contained the threat, so why didn't she call the police? Exactly. Exactly. So even if, let's just say, for the sake of argument, we'll be devil's advocate for a second, that there was something that she needed to act in self defense, say she hit him with the bat. And because I kind of think that was what happened. And maybe she thinks he's dead, or maybe he's lost consciousness. She doesn't know what to do. So she zips him up in a suitcase. Then what? If she thinks she has the threat contained, why not run and call the police then? But no, no, no. She has to torture him. She has to flip that suitcase around, shake it, and beat the suitcase with a bat. She admits to that. She has to mock him while he's begging for his life. How is that self defense? That's not self defense. That is revenge. That is sadistic. I think she enjoyed making him squirm. Robert Greene, and then enjoys his suffering. Yes. CB, it was 100% torture. Yes. She enjoyed the power. She likes power. Some people are control freaks because they're anxious, and so controlling things makes them feel better. Some people also get off on the power. Blade says, I'm not buying that she did CPR. So Blake, you're saying they didn't make noise. A deceased person, so when a person dies, there are gases that build up. There is oxygen still left, or air still left in the lungs. So, and there are fluids, like, there's all kinds of things. So when you move a body, there may be a lot of noises. And sometimes the bodies make noises even without being touched, depending on how far along they are. So I do believe it. And her reaction on that 911 call, where she shrieks because he gurgled, to me, I thought that was genuine. But it was also a clue that if she had done CPR earlier, then that noise would not have surprised her because it would have already happened. Yeah, everybody's hung up on hide and seek. You have to remember, so if you're using hide and seek as the premise for a theory, you've got to step back for a second and remember that the premise of hide and seek is the thing that she said. And she is a proven liar. So be careful what you use as the foundation for a theory. I think it's better to use the actual evidence as a foundation rather than anything she says. Beautiful Bernice is pointing out that George was hiding the night that she was scared to go in the house. She says she was scared to go in the house. The police found him hiding in the shower in a previous incident. He may have been hiding from police. I don't know. And that was the night that she said, well, can I have a friend come over now? Nola says, you think the hide and seek was fabricated before the 911 call? I think so too. I think so too. I think she sat around thinking, okay, now what am I going to do? Tracy says she told Kayla that she had done CPR before she called 911. Yeah, I noticed that too in the body cam video. Her stories switch as to when she did CPR. She will make excuses for whatever she needs in the moment. Thus, she will, even in the interrogation, I don't drink, I can't get drunk, all of this. And then, 20 minutes later, she's saying, well, blame it on the wine, right? Blame it on the alcohol. So she uses the argument when she suits her. She doesn't have a bigger view of anything. Speed freak, yes. She did tell the police that he loves the dogs. Yep. CB says there is just no way she did CPR. I agree with you. Beautiful Bernice says, I think he was in the habit of hiding from her. She's crazy. I don't know. J Max says hide and seek was her cockamamie story she sold to everyone who would listen. And here's the thing, for 4.5 years now, we have been getting Sarah's narrative. And that has been drilled into everybody and repeated, and people talk about it based on Sarah's narrative. Now, finally, we're going to see what the actual evidence says, not just Sarah's narrative. And I think this is why she wanted to delay, because now people will look at evidence and not just her words. And her words are going to be tested. And all her letter writing, again, all Sarah's narrative. People believed that her lawyers were horrible. People actually believed that. And it took a while before people were saying, she's saying this about every single person in her orbit. She is making the same vitriolic complaints about every single lawyer, maybe something's not quite right here. So, why is court delayed? Oh, you're saying Owens is not in court yet? Court never starts on time. I don't know why. There's always something. I don't think it's necessarily her. It could be any number of reasons. Miriam is saying she's a classic abuser. I think she gaslighted everyone about George. Yeah, I think so too. She tried to say, oh, I'm terrified that the family is going to come get me. Meanwhile, she had pushed over the elderly father. And one could glean from the text message between Sarah and George's brother, when the brother says, Sarah, I heard what you did. I don't want you around the kids. I mean, she did something. We don't know what it was. Right? It's Sarah who goes around lashing out at everybody. And when she doesn't get what she wants, well, it's all everybody else's fault. Anne says, I think he was already deceased when she called Boone around midnight. I suspect so too. Anne saying he told her to call 911 and hung up and erased the call. There's no evidence of that. I don't know where that's coming from. CB, she acts like a 2-year-old. Yeah. Mad Mystic says, imagine pushing an elderly man down and then blaming him for it. Nothing is ever her fault. Good morning, New York. Melanie McNeil brings up a really good point. What woman is going to demand her partner get off the phone if she's afraid of him? That's a good point. Jane is saying that Brian deleted the Sunday night phone call. How do we know that? Yeah, I know that he didn't disclose that on the morning of the incident. But I didn't see official evidence that he'd actually deleted it or something. Tracy says if he deleted the phone call, it means nothing. He probably just doesn't want to be involved in her BS. Maybe. Oh, Alice saying it was found in Sarah's records, but not his call log. Oh, interesting. Well, if that's the case, the defense is going to jump. Oh, maybe they won't. I don't know. CB says, who cares if he deleted the calls? Renee Allen says, I'm worried about what lies they're going to say about what happened between the two videos. And that's interesting because in the opening statements, they're saying, oh, that 11 minutes in between those two videos are crucial. Oh, really? So are they going to claim what? He got out of this suitcase and came at her? And then she put him back in? Come on. I can't think of a story that's going to make this make sense and make this okay. KPM says, I believe the police asked Brian why it wasn't in his call log at his second questioning. Okay, I may have missed that or forgotten it. I'll take your word for it. Oh, somebody's saying the crime scene was too clean. Yeah, I thought that too. Sis versus Sis says the incident of her knocking over Mr. Torres Sr. was because she likes to hug and he didn't want to hug. Yes, that's correct. And she was just going to do it anyway. She has no boundaries. And think about it. If a man came at a woman wanting to hug her and she said no, and he did it anyway, what would you call that? Why is it okay for a woman to do that? It isn't. William Carl says she had hours to stage the scene. Yep. She had hours to clean up. KPM, from the pics shown in court, there didn't appear to be drag marks on the carpet. Oh, I didn't look closely at those pics, and I wanted more time to really sit and examine them. But if that's the case, then that is a really good point, because in the Suitcase video, there are drag marks on the carpet. So if there are no drag marks in that video from the police, it means she cleaned up. And I mean, how callous if he's, her boyfriend's there and it was unintentional, but she can be cleaning up. Wow. Blade is asking, on the counter, was there a Dr. Pepper, or did she just drink more wine before calling 911? Who knows? Jay-Z, what happened to the third wine bottle? I want to know too. It could have been they drank it the night before. And is there a place, one of my questions would be, is there a place where they would take the garbage to throw it out? But if they took out the garbage the night before, then why is the previous day's receipt in the next day's garbage? So I don't know. I think that's a weird thing. Mad Mystic says, I believe he was deceased before she went to bed, and her attitude was, I'll deal with it tomorrow. Her drunken attitude. KPM says Siggs and Dr. Pepper were outside on the patio. Yes, when first responders arrived, you can hear her on the phone saying, come in. You can hear her on the 911 call saying, come in. So that's when first responders arrived. So if she's doing CPR, well, why does she then say, I have a cigarette burning on the back porch? Really? You know why? Because when she was counting, she was out back smoking the cigarette and having the Dr. Pepper while she was on the phone with 911. That's what I think. Otherwise, how could there be a cigarette burning on the back porch when we heard the first responders arrive? She said there was a Dr. Pepper on the back porch. She said there's two. She said there's one on the counter. Castro Valley also thinks she cleaned before the first responders got there yet. Gravy Fish is saying apparently not all jurors are at court yet. Oh man, I hope we don't have a problem with jurors. Not in this trial. Loba, loud argument, large slam, loud bangs, shuffling noises, drag marks on carpet. Was loud argument, then silence. Shuffling. The crash down the stairs. That was the original statement of that witness. I'm not buying it. It says she was ordering the deputy, Kayla, around like they were staff. It's kind of like how that's who she is, right? Oh, Mucky says in her most recent version, she said she and George cleaned to distract him. Convenient to mention that. Nikki, are there any consequences for jurors turning up late? I don't know how it works in Florida. I know here, technically, yes, you could get in trouble depending on why you're showing up late or if you're not showing up. I expect if there's not a good reason, the judge may actually say something to them. He likes to be on time. KPM says if they were painting, there would be pics around drying. Maybe. Steven says fact is when detectives saw the videos, they stopped trying to get more info. The case was closed. Well, yeah. I can see that and I could see why. I don't know if that's true, but I could see that. I always say write your reports and do your investigation as if it's going to be fought at trial. Because if you've got it all buttoned down and you've thought of every angle and closed off every roadway for a possible defense, you're more likely to end up having it be a plea. But if there's any little hole, any wiggle room for a defense lawyer, then you might find yourself at a trial and it will matter. So Blade says first degree, but will take a second in my opinion. Miranda also thinks she cleaned her house all night. Miranda says, I don't believe for 1 second that she's a make your bed kind of person. Kim S. I looked for a puzzle too and I didn't see it. Oh, interesting. Well, if you do a puzzle, do you leave it out? I don't know. Oh, Mad Mystic is saying Orlando traffic is horrific. Really? Castro says, and where was the art hanging on the walls? So when we didn't see every single picture that CSI had. So just so you know. Matt just says it's rude to be late. Well, in the case of court, it is really important that there are, whoops. I'm not buying it, said she told them that the puzzle was on the table. Maybe it was and we didn't see it. Loba says, I don't think she got inside the bed. She passed out on the covers. That's why the bed is made, but a bit messed up. That would make more sense. She said she was on the bed with the dogs and it was warm and comfortable. So she fell asleep. So warm and comfortable. Doesn't sound like terrified for my life. Al is saying Kranick's going to be peeved that they start this late. Yeah, he is punctual. Castro is saying Florida traffic is like LA traffic on steroids. When I went to Los Angeles, I didn't rent a car. I was like, no, I'm getting rides everywhere or taking cabs or whatever. I'm not renting a car. Late Bloomer says in Brian's original interview with detectives, he said that Sarah was on the patio having a smoke and a Dr. Pepper when he told her for the third time to call 911. I think he said that. My brains sometimes are mashed potatoes. I think he did say that or allude to that at least on the stand. That she was, but he didn't spell it out like that. He said she wanted to have a smoke and a drink first. That's what he said. Beautiful Bernice, I think the puzzle was staged because she talked about it too much. Yeah, there was something wrong with that. I noticed that right at the beginning with the body cam video. And even the deputy, you could see the wheels turning in her head. Like there's a dead guy here. And she's going on. And we were doing puzzles and painting. You see? You see? Go, look, it's there. We were painting. It was just bizarre. And even the deputy was like, okay, want to tell me about the dead guy? Jay-Z says, I believe Brian does want her to be convicted. I don't know. Cecilia says, maybe Sarah thought she deleted the videos, but they were still in the trash file. Gone, but not really gone. I don't know. Some people really believe that she honestly forgot that she made the videos. I don't know if I believe that she forgot she made the videos or not, but I do believe that she remembers the incident. And the reason I believe that is because, thank you, BGM, is because she talks about things, a whole lot of details in that time period. I mean, how do you do that? So I think she knows what she did. I think she remembers what she did. And she didn't want to watch it. That's right. There was no, when that video came on, there was no, oh my gosh, what is this? Oh my gosh, where did this come from? Right? She wasn't surprised. She just didn't want to listen to it. And she's telling them, oh, do I have to? I don't know how much of this I can take. Do I have to listen to this? Mr. Torres had to endure that. But, do I have to listen? Sarah wants portrait that she is Winter Park, Florida wealthy. Educated lady, loving mother, and drinking wine occasionally, reading books and helping George. I think there's a lot of her. It's almost, sometimes she talks about him almost like she's talking about an extension of herself. And then sometimes she talks about him like he's just like a toy. How people perceive her is really important. Right. Somebody's pointing out, sorry, I missed the comment, so I'm going to paraphrase. How does she remember flipping the suitcase around? She said that to the police. She said, yeah, well, I flipped it around. How does she remember flipping that around if she doesn't remember that whole time period? We're going to find out whether those videos had been deleted or not. Nala says, she said in the video something like, I'm making a video for extra. Nancy is saying, I bet in her hazy mind, she probably thought she made the video, but wasn't 100% sure until they showed her. I think we'll never truly know. Hamburger Helper says, I didn't want him to be like that. That is quoting Sarah, what Sarah said. And it was the only moment where there was a scintilla of horror. Because she did this like this. Where she said she flipped it over because she didn't want it to be like that. And I suspect she knew he was gone at that point. Oh, yeah, somebody's pointing out that she has to agree that she remembers the whole thing if they want to talk about those 11 missing minutes in between those two videos. Very good point. Yes. I'm not buying it, said that Sarah said in the video, wriggle around some. Might want to get video for extra. And she had said to the deputy, the first responder, well, I thought I'd leave him in there, make him squirm. Here we go.
Judge, can the parties approach the bench?
As soon as Madam Clerk calls it, we can do that.
Case number 2020-2603, the state of Florida versus Sarah Boone. Parties announced your names for the record, beginning with the state.
Dave Castro on behalf of the state. William J. for the state.
Defense.
James Owens for Sarah Boone.
Tony Hendrickson for Sarah Boone.
Kevin Beck on behalf of Sarah Boone.
Ms. Boone, raise your right hand and be sworn. Please do you swear or affirm the testimony you should give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Good morning, ma'am. Can you state your full name and date of birth for the record for me?
Sarah Boone, 10-10-77.
Ms. Boone is seated at counsel's table wearing a black jacket and a white multicolored shirt. Looks like some splotching on it. She is in custody. However, she's not wearing any restraints. So we will be standing when our jury panel enters and exits. The parties may approach.
Is the audio okay for you guys? Is it loud enough or too loud?
State anything we need to address before we bring in our panel this morning?
Not from the state.
Defense.
No, sir.
All right. Ms. Boone, just a couple of questions before we bring in our panel this morning. Are you still satisfied with your lawyer's representation of you in this matter?
Very much so.
And are you still on board with the strategy that they are utilizing in your defense?
Yes.
All right, very good. Let's go ahead and stand and bring in our panel. State, do you recognize our jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense, do you recognize our jury? Yes. All right, everyone can be seated. Members of the jury, good morning. Welcome back to 12 Alpha of the Orange County Courthouse. I hope that you all had a restful weekend and enjoyed your time with your loved ones, your friends, and your family. Just if you could, I gave you a long instruction on Friday before we broke. If you could please confirm that you complied with the court's instructions by raising your hand at this time. Record reflect that all members of our panel have raised their hands. Now, members of the jury, I know the line to get in this morning was quite long. So the lawyers have reminded me that on the right side of the entrance of the courthouse is a jury-only line. So if you can make your way all the way to the far right side of the entrance, there's a jury-only line. Yes, sir. Juror number 2 in the back. Huh? It was still quite long? Okay, thank you. Just wanted to bring that to your attention if you did not know. Obviously, if you're stuck, we're waiting on you. So don't feel anxiety or anything if you're stuck in that line. We can't start till you all get here. And I appreciate, again, your sacrifice and your attentiveness in this process. With that, State, you can call your next witness.
State will call Dr. Sarah Sadovich.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you should give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes, thank you.
Good morning, doctor. Could you please state and spell your name for the record for us?
Sarah Sadovich, SARAZYDOWICZ.
Thank you. You may inquire.
Good morning, ma'am.
Morning.
Can you tell us, what do you do for a living?
I'm a forensic pathologist.
And who do you work for?
I work for Orange County. We cover Orange County and Osceola County.
And how long have you been a forensic pathologist?
I've been at this office for about 12 years and then 1 year in Tampa, so about 13 years.
And what type of educational background do you have to be a forensic pathologist?
So I have a bachelor's degree in kinesiology from the University of Wisconsin in Madison. I went to medical school in Kansas City, Missouri. After that, I went to Cleveland, Ohio to do a 1 year rotating clinical internship. After that, I went back to the University of Wisconsin. I did my residency in anatomic pathology and clinical pathology. I have 2 fellowships or subspecialty training. One is in cytopathology from Northwestern University in Chicago. And then I did my forensic pathology fellowship in Tampa.
Is continuing education something that you must maintain in order to hold your position?
Yes, I have to do continuing education for my board certifications, which is in anatomic pathology, clinical pathology, and forensic pathology. And I also have to do separate continuing medical education to maintain my medical license for the state of Florida.
So tell us, what are your duties as a medical examiner?
So we're involved in what's called the medical legal investigation of deaths. And that just means that we investigate certain types of deaths. And there's a Florida statute or a Florida law that states which types of deaths that we'll be involved in investigating. And in general, they're deaths that are not natural. So accidents, suicides, homicides, or deaths that are natural but maybe unexpected. Those are the types of cases that we're involved in. And again, that Florida statute lays out exactly which types of cases that we'll be involved in. And the reason we're involved in that is our goal is to determine cause of death and manner of death in those individuals that we're investigating.
Could you tell us what an autopsy is, generally speaking?
So an autopsy is also called a postmortem or after-death examination. And there are kind of 2 main parts to it. The first part is what's called an external examination, which is just as it sounds. So that's making observations about an individual. So hair color, eye color, height, any sort of unique markings like scars or tattoos. And at that time, we're also looking for any external signs of diseases or injuries. After that, we go to what's called the internal examination. So that means that we open the body cavities, we remove all of the organs, and dissect all of the organs. And again, as we're doing that, we're looking for any signs of diseases or injuries that might help explain why that person died. And we can also add ancillary tests or other tests, so things like toxicology, microbiology. It's a little bit dependent on each case, but we have options for other testing as well.
Can you tell us what is the cause and manner of death, and is this something that you document?
Yes, so cause of death is either a disease or an injury that ultimately results in an individual's death. Right? So it's very individual and unique to that individual. Manner of death is a way to categorize or group similar types of deaths together. And for manner of death, there's only 5 choices. So there would be natural, accident, suicide, homicide, or undetermined. So those are the manners of death.
In your career, approximately how many autopsies have you performed?
Around 3,000.
And have you previously testified as an expert witness in court?
Yes.
How many times?
Between 75 to 80.
And in what areas have you testified as an expert witness?
Forensic pathology.
Turning our attention to this case, did you perform the autopsy?
Yes.
And what were your findings as to cause and manner of death?
So the cause of death, which I put on the death certificate, is positional asphyxia with environmental suffocation. And the manner of death was I classified as homicide.
Now, when you perform your autopsy, what information do you have at the time that you begin that examination?
It's incredibly variable. I can have a lot of background information. Sometimes I have none. It just depends on the particular case.
In this case, what information were you provided ahead of time?
So the information I had was that the decedent was with his girlfriend, and at some point in time in the night, he got into a suitcase, which was then zippered shut. At another point at time, I believe she went to bed, and then the next morning discovered that he was still in the suitcase. And I think that was in about an 11-hour time frame from the information that I had.
You mentioned asphyxia. Can you explain for us what asphyxia is?
Sure. So asphyxia is a very general term. It would be kind of like saying, I drive a car, right? That's very generic. And we know that there are many different types of cars out there, right? So asphyxia simply means lack of oxygen or inadequate oxygen for an individual. And there are different categories of asphyxia. So you can have suffocation, which just means that there's obstruction of the airways. So that could be smothering, that could be somebody choking on a piece of food, or maybe just being in an environment where there's not enough oxygen in the air to sustain that individual. There's a category called strangulation. That would be compression of the neck, either blood vessels or airways. There's another category called mechanical asphyxia. That can be when the body is in an unusual or abnormal position where the actual mechanics of breathing can't occur. So that can be the position of the body, or it can be, like, let's say if a heavy object fell on somebody and you simply can't breathe because of the weight of that object. That would be a mechanical asphyxia. And then there's drowning. That's a different type of asphyxia. And there are a couple of other categories as well that are much less common.
Is there a most common type of asphyxia?
The most common would be ligature compression of the neck. So that would be like an event, a hanging. That would be the most common that we would see.
You also mentioned environmental suffocation. Could you tell us a little bit more what that means in more layman's terms?
So that just means that there's not enough oxygen in the environment that the person is in. You could think of somebody who's in an enclosed space where there's a fixed amount of oxygen. So as that oxygen is, as that person is breathing, they're using up all the oxygen. And once it's gone, there's no oxygen left. Or you could think of maybe people who are, climbing Mount Everest. There's not as much oxygen up there, and that's why they have oxygen tanks. So it just means that the amount of oxygen available in the air around that person is not enough to sustain them.
In this case, what can you tell us about how long George Torres was in that suitcase?
There's not a really good way for me to give you a time frame as to how long he was in that suitcase. Again, because there was both the component of positional asphyxia, being in an unusual position for a period of time, and then also the environmental suffocation component. Because within that suitcase, certainly there's going to be oxygen, but it's not going to be the same as if you were sitting in a room like this. And because there are those multiple components happening at the same time, there's not a really good way to estimate or say with scientific certainty, oh, he was in for X amount of time. There's really not a good way to do that.
How about, is there any good way to approximate or determine the time that George Torres died?
There's not a good way to do that either, again, because there are so many different components at play at the time of his death. Sitting in a normal room like this, the percentage of oxygen that's available is about 20 to 21%. If that were to drop to 10 to 15%, the person can be impaired with judgment, they can be impaired with activity. Once that percentage drops between 8 to 10%, most people will lose consciousness. And at a percentage of 8% oxygen or less, that's when we would expect the death to occur. And so again, there's not a really good way to measure the amount of oxygen that would have been available to him in that suitcase, in addition to the fact that he was in an unusual position.
What position were you able to determine he was in that suitcase?
I wasn't able to see what position he was in. By the time that our medical legal death investigators were at the scene, he was already removed from the suitcase. Based on some of the findings, I favor that he was most likely in like a fetal type position. So knees flexed, arms flexed, and the head most likely flexed forward. But again, that's from my findings. I didn't see what position he was in.
What side of his body would he be resting on in this fetal position?
That's most likely his left side. However, I do say the caveat that some of the findings are dependent on time, meaning that, if that suitcase had been moved or flipped over, that could be different than what I'm seeing at the time of my examination.
Tell us, what is skin slippage?
So after death, the body goes through a series of progressive changes. And one of those changes is skin slippage. And what that does is it tells me that that person is a little bit further away from the actual time of death. So it's not something that's going to occur immediately after death for most people. It's something that would occur a little bit later on in that process of changes that happens after death.
And tell us, what is rigor mortis?
So rigor mortis is also called the post-mortem stiffening of muscles. And again, that's one of the changes that occurs after death. Most of the times that will occur before we see skin slippage. But these changes are very variable from individual to individual, and it also depends a lot on the environment the person is in. So for example, those changes that we're going to see happen more quickly in a warm environment. Somebody who maybe is engaged in a physical or violent struggle, those changes are going to occur more rapidly. And then it also depends on the person themselves, their relative size, their relative health. Those things can all impact the changes that we see after death.
How does skin slippage and rigor mortis inform your findings about how long George Torres was likely in that suitcase?
So again, the time frame that I had was about 11 hours, just from the last time that he was known to be in the suitcase versus the time that he was found. So I'm basing it off of that. So about an 11-hour time period. When I did my examination, the rigor mortis was already dissipating or leaving. Also, there was some skin slippage. And so if he had not been in the suitcase, if he had been out of the suitcase, I would not expect that advanced amount of change. It's compatible with him being in that suitcase for a longer period of time. It would have been warmer. And also if he had been, struggling to get himself out, engaging that physical activity, those are things that are going to accelerate or speed up that process. So my findings at the time of the examination are compatible with that 11-hour time period or, somewhere around there.
Okay, so I was wondering if she had taken him out the night before, possibly, but what she's describing here suggests that no, maybe she really didn't take him out until morning, which is pretty horrifying, actually. And yeah, because of the temperature, and this is one of the things I wondered about.
Additionally, did you note any injuries to the body of George Torres?
Yes.
These injuries that you noted to the body of George Torres, did you document them on what's called a body chart?
Yes, the diagram on a body chart, and we also take pictures as I'm going through my examination.
Okay, just going to trigger warn in case you're just coming in. We might be seeing pictures, maybe not, but, be prepared.
Your Honor, may approach the witness who has been previously marked for identification and shown to defense as states R.
You may.
Ma'am, I'm showing you what's been marked for identification as states R. Do you recognize this document?
Yes.
And can you tell us, what is this document?
That's a copy of my body diagram.
Sorry,
It's a copy of my body diagram.
And does this fairly and accurately represent the diagram that you created in this case for George Torres?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time I'd like to move what's previously been marked for identification as states R into evidence.
No objection.
What was pre-marked as states R will be received into evidence without objection as states 12.
And Your Honor, request permission to publish.
Yes, sir.
So, ma'am, on this body chart, can you describe for us and point out what was the first blunt impact injury that you identified?
So there were some blunt impact injuries to his head. I don't think it's on this one, but there were some blunt impact injuries to his head right up here around the eye and on the mouth area.
And then, did you notate any injuries to his hand?
Yes, so there were some...
Hey, if he was in the suitcase, pretty much in a fetal position, right, with his head flexed forward, how does he get injuries on his face and his eye? Because that wouldn't be facing the suitcase where anybody can hit with a bat. That suggests to me that he was struck in the face and the eye before he was in the suitcase. Just wanted to point that out.
Ecchymoses, or you can think of that as like a large kind of bruise on both hands.
what other blunt impact injuries did you identify?
So there's a series of ecchymoses on the left side of the back, which right about here.
And any others?
There were some on the forearms as well.
And you use this body chart, you say, in addition to photographing the injuries that you document, correct?
Yes.
As part of your examination, and I believe it's on the body chart itself, do you document the height and weight of the person as well?
Yes.
And what was the height of Mr. Torres?
So technically for us, it's length. Height is the measurement that's taken while someone is standing. So his length was 62 inches, and his weight was 103 pounds.
In regards to these blunt impact injuries, how is it that you come to the conclusion that these injuries were the result of blunt impacts?
So these are typical wounding patterns for blunt force trauma. And when I say blunt force trauma, that can mean something striking a part of the body, or on the other hand, it can be the body striking an object. And that causes injury to the skin, and to the soft tissue, and sometimes the deeper tissues, depending on how severe or how strong that blunt force trauma is.
Are these injuries consistent with a person being struck with a baseball bat?
They could be, yes.
Are they consistent with a person being pushed down a flight of stairs?
They could be, yes.
Can you say whether or not these injuries occurred while George Torres was in the suitcase?
No.
Why is it that you cannot say that?
So all of these injuries seem to have occurred around the same time, meaning that they're relatively acute or new. They're not things that are healing or something that happened last week. So they all occurred around the same time. But you can't really look at a bruise or a contusion and say, oh, that happened 2 hours ago. There's not a good way to do that.
Are these injuries consistent with them occurring while he was inside the suitcase?
Yes, they could be.
As part of your examination, do you also check the toxicology of George Torres?
Yes.
And is that something that's pretty standard in any autopsy?
Yes.
And what were the toxicology results for George Torres?
So there was a blood alcohol level of 0.139 milligrams per deciliter, and there was also caffeine and nicotine detected as well.
That level of alcohol, is that over the legal limit in the state of Florida to drive?
Sure. So for driving under the influence, that's a 0.08. So that is higher than that.
What does that alcohol level at the time of your autopsy tell you about George Torres's level of impairment 11 hours earlier?
So I don't necessarily know that it was 11 hours earlier, but it was at the time of death, at or near the time of his death. That's what the blood alcohol level was. So at that level, everyone reacts a little bit differently to alcohol, and some of it has to do with whether or not somebody is accustomed to drinking alcohol or if they've never had alcohol. So you can develop tolerance. But at that level, there's going to be impairment of judgment. There can be impairment of motor skills. There can be slurring of words. Something that's called disinhibition or lack of inhibition. And again, it's really variable from person to person, but those are the common things that you would see at that level.
Would that level of alcohol impair the ability to problem solve?
It can, yes.
You also stated earlier that you document your autopsy findings also Photographically, correct.
Yes.
Yeah, I think they're going to show photos now.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness who's been marked for identification as States Q and been shown to defense?
You may.
Ma'am, I'm showing you what's been marked for identification as Stage Q. Could you take a look at this composite of photographs to yourself and then look up once you're finished?
I think Sarah has seen the photos, you guys. It's part of discovery.
Ma'am, do you recognize these photographs?
Yes.
Are these photographs a portion of the photographs that you took in your autopsy of George Torres in this case?
Yes.
Do they fairly and accurately represent how he appeared and how his injuries appeared to you at the time you performed your autopsy?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time I'd like to move what's previously been marked for identification as Stage Q into evidence.
No objection.
What was pre-marked as States Q will be received into evidence without objection as States 13.
Linda, if she knocked him out upstairs, there wouldn't
Your Honor,
necessarily
request permission to publish.
You may
wouldn't
do so.
necessarily be blood spatter. Would depend on whether the skin was broken.
Ma'am, I'm showing you photo 1 from State's composite. Tell us, what is this a photo of?
So this is the identification photo that's basically just showing from about the level of the collarbones up.
And this is George Torres.
Yes.
Did you note any signs of injury in this photo?
So there's some ecchymoses around the left eye. This picture, it's a little bit hard to see, but I think there's another one coming up. There's also an area of ecchymoses up here on the left side of the forehead with also some swelling associated with that. The lips have some contusions and small lacerations. And then on the left shoulder here, you can see a little bit of some ecchymoses here. Or again, ecchymoses are kind of like big bruises.
Turning to photo 2 from State's composite. What are we looking at in this photograph?
So this is his right arm near the elbow. And right here you can see this kind of darker area. So this looks similar to an abrasion, but it's actually it's what's called drying artifact. And again, this is one of the reasons that I think that he was in that suitcase for a little bit longer. Most likely that was a pressure point where part of that suitcase was resting on his elbow in that area. And then after death, that tissue dries out, and that's the discoloration that you're seeing there.
So he was there long enough to create a pressure point. Wow.
turning to states 3 from the composite.
So here you can see a little bit better. I don't know if you can get a feeling for this, but this area is what we call edema or swelling. So this whole area is edema. It's a little bit discolored, so ecchymosis. And then again, really at the corner of the eye here, you can see that darker discoloration. And so those are injuries from blunt force trauma.
States 4 from the composite.
So this is the left shoulder and arm. So again, you can see this kind of red to purple area. So this is all ecchymosis, and then a couple of linear abrasions or scratches.
States 5 from the composite.
This is the same area, just a little bit closer up, so you can see this whole area of ecchymosis. It's a little bit variegated, differential in color, but again, that's all blunt force trauma.
And what part of the body is this we're looking at?
This is the left shoulder.
States 6 from the composite.
That's the same area, but in this picture we have a scale or the ruler.
And why do we use scales and rulers?
That's just to give an idea of how big the area is or how large the injury is.
It's a big bruise. That's a big mark.
States 7 from the composite.
So this is the left forearm and hand, and you can see the area right here that's a little bit red to purple, and then also right here on the left hand, right here and here. Those are all areas of ecchymosis, again, blunt force trauma.
States 8 from the composite.
Again, the left arm. Just from a little bit of a different angle, so you can see, and a little bit with the elbow too here, but you can see all these areas. Ecchymosis.
States 9 from the composite.
And now looking at the left hand, a little bit closer up, so you can kind of see a little bit better these areas of ecchymosis.
I think it's important to note that these big bruises, because that's what she's talking about, that there are so many and in multiple places, because it shows this is a prolonged thing, that it went on. It shows the torture. It shows that she took a sustained action. This is not a heat of the moment thing where somebody comes at you and you knock them out, you shoot them, whatever, right? Where it's over in a second. The physical evidence is showing a sustained attack on this man, or sustained multiple mechanisms of injury. Some of them could have happened if he rolled down the stairs within the suitcase. But I mean, what does that say about her if she shoved him in a suitcase and threw him down the stairs? Right? Plus, she claims that the suitcase was always downstairs, which is a lie. So I think it's important that there are so many different injuries and so many different areas where he has been injured. I think it suggests a lot about her behavior, and that's evidence, not just her word.
States 10 from the composite.
And again, the left hand just closer up.
States 11 from the composite.
So now we're looking at the back, and you can see that there are these linear abrasions in the mid-back.
Are those scratch marks for?
They could be scratch marks. They could also be blunt impact, more of just a straight-on blunt impact, especially being in that suitcase if there are objects in there.
What is the discoloration that we see around his shoulders and then some other spots on his back as well?
Sure. So you're talking about this area?
Yes.
So that's called livor mortis or lividity, and that's one of the changes that we see again after death. And basically what that is it's postmortem, after death, settling of blood in the blood vessels. And so it's dependent on gravity and it's dependent on the person's position. So what I mean by that is we're seeing it on his back because after the time of death, at some point in time, he was more positioned on his back. And the areas that are lighter, that's because for a couple of reasons. It could be the position of the body, meaning that it's not in the gravity dependent position, or there could be something pressing on it. So either one of those.
States 12 from the composite.
So those are those linear abrasions just shown a little bit closer up.
States 13 from the composite.
And the same, but with a scale.
States 14 from the composite.
So now you're seeing the left side of his back and also the back of his left arm. And you can see these areas here of ecchymoses, and these are a lot darker than some of the others that we've seen. One of the things that I did is I looked underneath the skin in these areas because they're so much darker and so much more dense. So I wanted to see if there was injury of the deeper tissues. So these areas are associated with hemorrhage or bleeding into the skeletal muscle, so the deeper tissues. And so that's just indicating more force applied to that area.
And when you did your internal exam, did you examine this area and did that inform your findings?
Yes.
States 15 from the composite.
And that's showing those areas a little bit closer up. So you can see that they're much more dense. There's at least 3 distinct areas here. There could be more than 3 impacts, but there's at least 3 separate ones that can be seen.
States 16 from the composite.
This is just showing the upper back and the back of the neck. We've got a linear abrasion right here on the back of the neck, and these were the ones shown in the earlier pictures.
The linear abrasion on the back of the neck, during the interrogation, Sarah said that was from intimate relations. We know that during the incident for which she ended up getting arrested for for strangling George, what they noted in the police report was that he had scratches like that. Brian talked about how she would get out her claws and that during those times he would have scratches on his neck. So this isn't like this is one thing that happened during one fight. This is something that she does. And so I thought that was important to point out.
And states 17 from the composite.
And this is just showing the same area of the back and the back of the arm, but just at a different angle.
So we've discussed and seen evidence of many different injuries. In total, how many blunt impact injuries did you identify?
I can't give you an exact number. Again, you can have multiple impacts in a very close area, so it can be hard to discern each one. They can overlay each other, or they can be so close to each other. But at least 5 to 6, most likely more than that.
And when you were going through your body chart as well, and I guess we also saw some of it photographically, as you also mentioned impact to the left side of the head.
Yes.
And I believe that was subgaleal?
Subgaleal, so kind of similar to what I was describing on the back. I looked at the underside of the scalp. And so in those areas on the left side of his forehead where there was the edema, when we reflect or we fold the scalp over, there was hemorrhage or bleeding that went through the entire scalp and was deposited on the skull. There was no associated skull fracture, and there was no bleeding inside of the skull, but it was all in the scalp and deposited on the outer surface of the skull.
So under the skin, but not under the skull?
Correct.
Your Honor, I have no further questions at this time.
Thank you. Any cross-examination?
Yes. Doctor, good morning.
Good morning.
My name is James Owens, and I'm one of the lawyers that represents Sarah Boone here today. And I've got a few questions. Can we first talk about the toxicology?
Yes.
The alcohol. You said you've done approximately 3,000 autopsies. And of those autopsies, how many years would that have been over that period of time?
12 years.
Okay. So when you first got down here from Tampa, I think you were up in the Northeast, came down here to Tampa, that's when you started?
Yes.
And you would agree you've interpreted toxicology results in all or most of those cases?
Most, yes.
And you did order the blood alcohol test of the decedent in this case? And you said he was a .38?
No, 0.13.
0.138. And you also ordered the vitreous level
Yes.
of alcohol as well? And the result was a .213?
Yes.
And you would agree that's about 3 times the legal limit?
Close, yes.
Now, you would agree that
Interesting how Owens wants to make sure that he points out to the jury that not only does he repeat the word alcohol, that, I think I want to use this other number that makes Mr. Torres look more intoxicated. So he's painting the victim in this light. But you know what? If he's more intoxicated, he may well be more vulnerable, less coordinated, less able to get out, less able to make rational decisions, etc.
at those levels there are some pharmacologic effects from ethanol in the body.
Yes.
And I know you mentioned some, but you agree that level of alcohol in the body would impair somebody's judgment
For most people, yes.
and their decision-making abilities.
Yes.
And it would release inhibitions,
Yes.
and they would be more apt to take risk that they otherwise would not.
Yes.
And of course, it would impair motor skills and potentially loss of balance.
Yes.
So Owens is going for this, with the impairing your thinking, risk taking, that kind of thing. He's going for solidifying the narrative that Sarah invented, that Mr. Torres voluntarily got into that suitcase and allowed himself to be zipped up. That's what he's doing.
It would also impair coordination,
Yes.
hand-eye coordination, as well as fine motor skills.
Yes.
It also impairs memory, alcohol does.
Yes.
So there are lots of effects that ethanol has on the body.
Yes.
Now, you're aware in this case that George Torres, the decedent, stepped into the suitcase under his own power in a game of hide and seek.
That's how it was reported to me, yes.
Do you have any evidence
Mr. Owens is testifying. He's,
to dispute that?
No.
Can you tell us when Mr. Torres drank the last drink he had prior to getting in the suitcase?
That I can't tell you because, if somebody had been drinking either periodically throughout a time period or continually throughout a time period, that's difficult to say.
So he could have stopped drinking an hour before he got into the suitcase, or 5 minutes before he got into the suitcase, or 4 hours before he got into the suitcase.
Yes.
We just don't know. At this
Correct.
point. Do you have any idea at the time of the
Owens is laying the foundation here for himself so that he can make sure that he can argue anything he wants in respect to the level of Mr. Torres's intoxication and Mr. Torres's alleged behavior when he is at that level of intoxication? I suspect he is going to claim that Mr. Torres was so inebriated that he was at the level where Sarah knew he was going to go on the attack. So what? So she somehow convinced him to get in the suitcase.
autopsy, whether or not he was in the elimination phase?
So
Metabolism.
he was in the metabolic phase, yes.
The elimination phase is what I refer to it as, but
Yes.
okay. All right, now I want to talk about time of death determination. It's fair to say that you did not go to the scene that day that Mr. Torres was found.
No, a medical legal death investigator from our office went to the scene.
So there was an investigator with your agency named Ashley Hammermeister
Yes.
that went to the scene,
Yes.
and she would have prepared a report.
Yes.
You would have reviewed that report.
Yes.
Do you agree that fire and rescue assessed Mr. Torres at 1:07 p.m. on that date, February 24th of 2020?
Yes.
Does that sound about right based on your case file?
Yes.
And so this investigator that we mentioned, she did not arrive on scene till 6:27 p.m., so nearly 6 hours after the body was discovered, she arrived.
Yes.
And the body was laying supine, stretched out
Yes.
in front of the suitcase.
Yes.
Now, you examined and assessed the body of Mr. Torres at the time of the autopsy,
Yes.
and you said that the body was ambient temperature.
Yes.
Is that the normal air temperature we're in today?
Whichever environment you're in, yes.
So the body was not stored in a cooler for 24 hours.
No, the body was stored in the cooler, but in the mornings when we get there, the bodies are brought out of the cooler.
Okay. How long had the body been out of the cooler before it was examined by you? Do you know?
Most likely an hour to an hour and a half.
Now, you said that the lividity was in the back, correct?
There's lividity in the back and also on the left side of the body as well.
And you agree the body
Okay. This was interesting when I first heard her testify to this. There was lividity in the back, but there was also lividity on the left side. And what that tells me is that the body was moved post-mortem. So what lividity is the blood pooling into the lowest point of gravity. For those who don't know, I apologize if you already know this. And that makes those marks, right? You can see. This is how they can tell if a body was moved. So that lividity was on his left side. So that suggests that he was curled up in that suitcase, right? In that position. But then there's also lividity in his back, which shows he was moved to his back after death before lividity was fixed.
body is stored at the morgue on its back.
Correct.
Now, were you aware of the last time that Miss Boone, my client, actually saw her boyfriend alive or observed him in the video, in the suitcase by video from her phone?
I think in the report it was around 12:30 or 1 in the morning, somewhere around there.
Have you looked at either one of those videos from her phone?
I briefly saw one that the detective showed me.
Do you know if that was the 2-minute video or the 22nd video?
I believe it was the shorter one.
Okay. So would it be fair if I said the time last seen was around 11:30? Would you dispute that or?
No.
Okay. So really, from the time, I guess it was 11:30 that evening with the videos, and then you understood that the body was found around 12 hours later the next day or so. Would you agree that the death occurred sometime within those two periods of time?
Yes.
We don't know exactly when that is. So
Yeah.
it would be a guess if we tried to speculate about that.
Yes.
Now, considering the 3,000 autopsies, how many cases have you ruled the cause of death as positional or postural asphyxia?
A handful of times. It's not very common.
So about 5 times or less?
Yes.
And we're going to talk about environmental suffocation in a little bit, but let's talk about this positional asphyxia component. What was your ruling in those 5 cases that you ruled that it was positional asphyxia? What was your ruling in terms of your diagnosis?
Your Honor, I'm going to object as to relevance.
Approach.
I know where he's going. Because if she ruled in these other cases that have nothing to do with this one, if she ruled that those positional asphyxia deaths were accidents or something like that, then Owens is going to come back with, well, then why is this one a homicide? So he's going to try and sneak in some sort of an attack about why she ruled homicide rather than accident. That is what I suspect is going to happen.
The objection is sustained.
Or it's not going to happen because the objection
Doctor,
is
you're familiar with
sustained.
Dr. DeMaio, Vincent DeMaio's textbook of forensic pathology.
Yes.
Would you agree that that's authoritative?
I'm sorry?
Would you agree that's authoritative or well-accepted book?
Yes.
Environmental suffocation is a lack of oxygen. You would agree?
Yes.
Now, how many of those cases of the 3,000 that you've done where you found environmental suffocation?
Probably 2 to 3.
So very few?
Yes.
In a positional asphyxia case, that's kind of an example, like you get stuck in a hole and as you breathe, you sink deeper into the hole, or it tightens.
It can be anything that impairs the actual physical aspect of breathing. So that could be if the neck is flexed very much forward, and so that way cutting off the air supply up towards the top of the head. That could be something compressing around the torso, so not being able to take a full breath. So those are examples of
Or another example may be falling out of a tree stand and getting suspended upside down,
yes,
or the majority of the blood gets in the top half of the body.
yes.
Would you agree in those type situations that the deaths occur fairly quickly, usually within an hour?
They can. It depends again on the situation.
Now, you said Mr. Torres was 5'2" and 103 pounds.
Yes.
Do you know how big the suitcase was that Mr. Torres was in?
I don't have the exact measurements with me.
So if I told you the measurements, you wouldn't know one way or the other what they were?
No, I think they were described to me, and I saw the pictures from the scene, and I was able to review crime scene photos to see what the actual suitcase was like.
Okay. Do you know the crown to rump length?
He's trying to go for the concept that maybe Mr. Torres died quickly. And so back to, not intentional. So he dies and Sarah is shocked. Oh my gosh. Right? Oh my gosh, it happened so quickly. Forgetting about the sustained attack on him. I think that's what he's doing.
Of Mr. Torres.
No.
Did you do any demonstrative study on the suitcase to determine what kind of spacing he would have inside that enclosure?
No.
And you don't know the position that Mr. Torres or his orientation at the time that he was in the suitcase was?
Again, I favor a fetal position, but again, I didn't observe him in the suitcase.
Okay. But you don't know exactly what the positional component was that caused or what led you to believe caused his death.
Correct. I mean, based on his stature and what the suitcase was, he would have had to have flexed at the hips and knees to be able to fit into the suitcase.
So based on what you've said, you would agree you didn't know how much Mr. Torres would have been able to move and stretch his various extremities inside the suitcase, did you?
No.
So,
Oh, come on. So the jurors are looking at this, and all of you are looking at this, right? You see the size of the suitcase. You know he can't stretch out or anything. But because she's a scientist and Owens knows this, he knows that when he asks a question like that, oh, so you can't say, how much he could flex around and this sort of thing. He knows she has to say, I can't say, because she doesn't have a specific measurement. But we all have flipping common sense. So he's just going to try and chip away at every little aspect of all of this. Very frustrating to listen to. It's an insult to the intelligence, in my opinion.
you would agree that his repositioning inside the suitcase would have been easier if he didn't have so much alcohol in his bloodstream.
I don't know that I would agree with that.
Excuse me?
I don't know that I would agree with that.
Well, you said his fine motor skills would be impaired by the alcohol.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I thought you meant his ability to just move.
To reposition himself inside this, that would be limited to some degree by the alcohol he consumed.
It could be. I mean, that's not really a fine motor skill. But
Okay. Or the use of his hands to unzip the suitcase would
Sure.
be affected by the alcohol.
How do you use your hands? We can talk about fine motor skills, like handling a pen or grabbing a zipper, which, by the way, there is no zipper on the inside, or sticking your fingers up, right? But if you were like in this fetal position, how do you like move around or reach up? So Owens is purposely trying to confuse the issue. And I mean, okay, the jury can't, they can't be confused by this, right? Reassure me. Like nobody's that stupid, right? Wow.
All that he had consumed.
sure, that could be.
Okay. Now, the environmental suffocation deals with the lack of oxygen.
Yes.
Correct? And due to that insufficient oxygen that we breathe in the air, so you essentially run out of the oxygen in the space.
Yes.
So I guess the years ago, how this sometimes would occur was a child would somehow get into an old refrigerator and it would be enclosed, so it was airtight, and eventually you would run out of oxygen.
Yes.
You would agree with that?
Yes.
And I think you said the normal makeup of air has about 20% oxygen.
Yes.
So we had either a decrease in the oxygen levels or a low concentration of oxygen.
Yes. Yes. And also, keep in mind that while he's in there, every time he's exhaling, he's pushing out carbon dioxide. Okay, so again, whatever oxygen is there is most likely diminished because it is an enclosed space. It doesn't have to be no oxygen, but it's decreased from what we would have in a normal room. But every time that he's exhaling, there's more carbon dioxide that's in that space as well. So that displaces any oxygen that might be there too.
So what volume of air do we inhale and exhale in a normal breath at rest?
Well, it depends. I mean, you can take a deep breath, you can take a shallow breath. It depends. And then there's also the rate at which people breathe. So that's variable.
So if it was average, would you say 500 milliliters on average?
Depends on the person.
Well, would you agree that at rest, you take a normal number of breaths per minute of 12 to 14?
That would be considered the normal range, yes.
So 6 to 7 liters per minute?
Come on, Owens. Do you want her to work out the mathematical formula for how much oxygen was possibly in that suitcase at that time and how many liters, all that, right? I loved her answer, her comeback about the displacement. But, really, do you want the witness to sort that out? Because the bottom line is there wasn't enough oxygen in there, obviously, on top of the positional asphyxia. So, right, like chip away all you want at each element of these things, the facts are still the facts, whether you can get her to give you a specific number. This has got to be irritating for the jury.
Yes.
Do you know the volume of room air contained in that suitcase?
No.
Do you know how porous the fabric of that suitcase was?
No.
Did you run any tests on the suitcase?
No.
Were you aware that the suitcase, the lock on it or the zipper on it was broken? The pull handles were broken?
Yes, I did know that.
Do you agree if there is a portion of the zipper that's open that air can travel in and out of that space?
Yes.
Do you know what the anticipated exchange of gases would be through that fabric?
No.
Do you know if, the suitcase was out in the rain and it rained, do you know whether or not rain or the liquid would pierce the interior?
I don't know.
So from what I gather, no studies were done on the suitcase.
No studies were done on the suitcase, just like they asked the CSI stupid questions. So we're just going to make you guys look incompetent because we don't like the facts of the case. Have you ever pulled, especially for those of you who live in colder climates, pulled a blanket, like a thick blanket or a sleeping bag over your head because you're cold, right? And you find that even in your own bed, in your own room, there's not enough air under there, so you got to make like a little air hole to get more air in, right? That's when you're stretched out in your bed, comfortable. So this is ridiculous.
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. So we don't know that zipper being busted, what exchange of air could go in and out.
Correct.
I think you said there are physiological effects once the value or percentage of oxygen is decreased from the norm.
Yes.
You said 8 to 10% you become unconscious,
Yes.
and then a value of less than 8% death occurs.
For most people, yes.
Excuse me?
For most people,
And the normal oxygen saturation in adults and children is 95 to 100%.
yes.
So if it decreases, the oxygen decreases less than 10%, someone would lose consciousness and die within less than 30 minutes.
So that's hard to give a time frame on that. Studies that have been done shown if the oxygen content is anywhere from 4 to 6, unconsciousness can occur in less than a minute, death within minutes. But those have been empirical studies.
So, and I know that's kind of, maybe you tell me, that's kind of why you gave the two different diagnoses, the environmental and the positional, is because the environmental may have had an effect or the positional may have had an effect. You're not sure, so you listed them both.
It's not that I'm not sure. I think that both mechanisms were at play at the same time, and that's not unusual in deaths. Is there can be multiple factors occurring at the same time.
But you don't know the percentages, 50% for one or 70% for one, 30 for the other. You don't know.
No.
But you would agree in concert, if these two causes, the positional as well as the environmental, if they were acting in concert, that would render a relatively short amount of survival time.
I can't say.
You just don't know.
No.
How many of you think that Owens is going for trying to convince the jury that this death occurred quickly before Sarah had a chance to respond? That's what it sounded like he's going for to me. CB, the state, what do you want the state to object to? I don't see an objection here. Okay, I'm going to keep going.
Now, we talked about these blunt force injuries, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Would it be fair to the jury to say that there were no broken bones?
There were no broken bones.
And it would be fair to say that the blunt force injuries on his body that the jury has seen here today did not contribute to the cause of his death.
Not likely.
And I think you didn't put that anywhere in your report. That it
No.
did not.
I included it in my report. I did not include it on the death certificate.
As the reason or cause, contributing cause of the death.
Correct.
Judge, can I put up a couple of those exhibits? Doctor, are you aware that there was a baseball bat that was gathered in the evidence in this case?
I didn't hear about that until later.
When is later? When did you first learn about the potential of baseball?
That might have been around the time that I was sitting for a deposition, but I can't quite
When your
remember.
deposition was taken?
I don't have the file folder. I don't know when I was deposed.
I'm going to show you this exhibit. This is it's number 14. And this composite exhibit is state's exhibit, I believe, number 13. And this is picture number 14. Do you see the, you said they were circular type injuries?
Yes.
And you've seen a regular baseball bat or a kid's baseball bat?
Yes.
A wooden bat. And if you were to swing that bat and hit someone, hit somebody's body or hit a suitcase and the blunt force, that would be a linear line across that person. Would it not?
It could be depending on the position of the body, the position of the suitcase, and the position or how the object came in contact.
What is a linear injury mean?
So linear injury is if you think, linear, it's more like a line.
Okay. Now, if you took the barrel of the bat, the very end of the barrel of the bat, and you poked into the suitcase with the barrel of that bat, would those spots there in this exhibit, is that consistent?
That's compatible with that, yes.
Excuse me?
It's compatible.
And then here's a close-up. This is picture number 15. Again, a close-up. Same question. Would that be consistent with poking the suitcase, if he's in the suitcase at the time, thrusting the barrel of that bat, the crown of that bat, would potentially render those type injuries?
Yes, it's compatible with that.
Now, I want to draw your attention.
Sorry, Eddie, you're asking if Mr. Torres died quickly, could it still be a murder charge. Well, there's depraved heart. The second, and that's second degree still. The second he said, I can't breathe, and she refused to let him out, she's making an intentional decision, regardless of the consequences to him. So, I mean, maybe Owens will try and split hairs on that, try and suggest he died really quickly. But you know what? There are 2 videos. So he was in that suitcase for a good amount of time. And we know that he was alive during that period of time. So I don't think it was as sudden as Owens is going to want to point out. Yes, it's still murder. I hope that answered your question.
To the cardiovascular system. Do you have your report?
I do.
Okay. You described the proximal third of the left anterior descending coronary artery having greater than a 75% narrowing of the lumen due to its centrically placed firm yellow-white fibrolipid atherosclerotic plaque?
Yes.
And is that pretty much verbatim with what you said in the report?
Yes.
Okay. And that terminology is synonymous with a single vessel high-grade atherosclerotic coronary artery disease.
Yes.
And in that location, it's kind of a classic location for what people refer to as the widowmaker.
Yes.
Because of the location in that vessel that supplies most of the circulation to the left ventricle.
Yes.
If you had a spasm in that artery, that could nearly totally obstruct the lumen and cause a fatal heart attack, could it not?
It could. It could cause a dysrhythmia, yes.
I'm sorry?
A dysrhythmia or an abnormal beating of the heart.
But that could kill him.
It could.
The lumen is the inside space of the tubular structure?
Yes.
Of that, and so that was blocked, over 75%.
It was. But there was no evidence of myocardial scarring. So when the vessels become blocked, you prevent blood from getting to the muscle of the heart. So there was no evidence that there was any scarring. There was no evidence that there was anything that happened acutely. When that happens, we can see changes in the actual muscle of the heart. So there were no changes suggestive of that.
Well, let me ask you something. If he were to get out of the suitcase on his own and he would have passed out or fell asleep on the couch and she would have woken up the next day about that time and came down, and he was dead on the couch, and you did this autopsy, would it be fair to say that in your ruling on cause of death, that single vessel coronary artery atherosclerosis would be your probable cause of death?
It could be, but any sort of injury overrides natural disease if the injury is significant, right? So
she just finished saying he didn't have a heart attack. She just finished saying that. She just finished saying we would see changes. He knows. Owens knows that she is not going to give him the answer that he wants, right? He might get lucky and get an I'm not sure, maybe, or something that he can capitalize on. But he knows that. He's trying to throw this out to the jury. He's planting seeds in the jury's mind. It doesn't matter what she says, right? Because that's not what he's doing. And remember, Sarah was the one we're saying, oh, well, maybe he had a heart attack or an aneurysm. Oh, boy, this is irritating.
You don't have to be a perfectly healthy person to have trauma and die. So it's very common that we see people that have injuries for whatever reason, but also have a lot of natural disease. But we look at it as the injuries override the natural disease because especially atherosclerotic disease, that's considered long-term. Right? So that's been going on for years and years. People walk around with that all the time. So what's different is that we have trauma, and so that overrides natural disease. And sometimes natural disease can contribute, but again, it depends on the individual. It depends on the circumstances.
So absent the positional asphyxia or the environmental asphyxia, and he was dead, and you did the autopsy, it would be fair to say that you would determine this was a natural death from an isolated coronary heart disease, would you not?
It would depend on the circumstances. Again, I can't speculate.
If the facts were completely different, you might say something different, right? Aside from the actual cause of death that you found evidence for, if that wasn't there, you would say it was something else, right? This is ludicrous.
On this case because I know what I know about
If
it.
you had nothing else, the widowmaker would have caused his death, or you would have to have assumed, having nothing else, that would have caused his death.
I most likely would have given him cardiovascular disease.
There, he got what he wanted, okay? If not for the cause of death, I likely would have given him cardiovascular disease. However, that's not the evidence. And Owens wants to work a concept in reverse. There is a concept called but for. So if you have cancer and you have, 2 weeks left to live, if you get hit by a car 2 weeks before you would have died naturally anyway, you still died from the car, right? If you get an injury in say a car accident or somebody attacked you, say that caused a brain injury or something else going on that later resulted in your death, that would be the but for. But for that incident, the person wouldn't have died. I think Owens wants to use this in reverse, like this reverse logic. Well, if Sarah didn't kill him, he would have died from something else. This is craziness.
Now, this ethanol metabolism that we talked about earlier, and there's a question about you believing he was in the elimination phase, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Is it fair to say that George Torres, the decedent, was in the elimination phase since the blood ethanol was below the vitreous value?
Yes.
Given the vitreous value was a 213, is it justified in saying the decedent's blood ethanol level was at least a 0.213 prior to starting the elimination phase?
Yes.
And now you know that the normal elimination rate is, I believe, 0.015% per hour?
Yes.
Is that standard?
It's an estimate.
And so we have a difference of a 0.138 to the 213. So roughly 5 hours of elimination. Does that sound about right?
Yes.
So in other words, you would agree there's a short interval where the vitreous and the blood are identical.
Yes.
And then the blood drops beneath the vitreous value as ethanol is metabolized in the blood.
Yes.
I'm sure the jury is not, well, I'm guessing the jury is not following this, not understanding why it's important. It's because Owens wants to make Mr. Torres sound more inebriated and worse. But none of that changes the fact that Sarah zipped him up in a suitcase and would not let him out, and she beat him on top of it. No matter how drunk Mr. Torres was, Sarah still did what she did.
So is it fair to say, given the significant difference in the blood and the vitreous ethanol values, that the true vitreous and blood ethanol level had to be much higher than what is reported in your report at the time that he passed?
At the time that he passed?
Yes.
No, this is reflective of the time that he passed.
Say again?
This is reflective, the 0.139, that's reflective of the time that he passed. There's not metabolism after death
Okay.
of the alcohol.
All right. Well, let me. What I'm saying is, he could have been prior to that time of passing. He could have his blood alcohol level would have been much higher.
It was at least the same level as the
At least the
Suitcase.
two.
Yes.
At least the 213.
Yes.
It could have been much higher.
It could have been, yes.
Judge, if I could approach the witness.
Right.
This is defense composite exhibit for identification. Jay?
Has the state seen it?
Yes.
Please stipulate J into evidence.
It was pre-marked as defense J, will be received into evidence without objection as defense 1.
Judge, can I publish these?
You may.
Ma'am, there's 5 photographs. I'm just here from the office. The first one is number 5. What does this depict?
So that's the left hand. So you're looking at the outer surface of the hand, the knuckles, and 3 of the fingers.
Bruise there on his top of his left hand?
Yes.
Right, and the same for picture number 4.
So that's the same, just a little bit further away and without a scale.
And then here is picture number 3.
So now you're looking at the thumb and the index finger?
And then shows some bruising on the hand.
Yes.
And then here's picture number 2.
Note the injuries are on the back of the hand, not the knuckles, right? So if he's attacking, you're not seeing injuries from him fighting. They're here. And there are injuries on the thumb and finger, which is interesting.
So what you're seeing here is, from the scene, our investigators put brown bags over the decedent's hands. And that's, we collect evidence at the time of the autopsy. So at the scene, brown bags are put on the hands to preserve any evidence. And so that's why you're seeing this, because this is a picture that we take. We cut the bag open and we take a picture to show exactly what the hands look like.
You agree there's the bruising here? On
Yes,
the
there.
hand, and also up around the knuckle area?
Yes.
The fingers, and also on the section here?
Yes.
And then here's the last picture, number 5, which again is the left hand,
Yes.
showing the bruising on the top of the hand as well as the knuckle area.
Yes.
Remember that a lot of the bruising on his body was also on the left side. So I think that's an important little piece to put together, because I think Owens is going to try to make this look like something it's not. And we have to remember there were multiple injuries on the left side of the body.
Thank you, Doctor.
Any redirect exam. You may proceed.
You were asked several questions on cross-examination about the alcohol level in this case. And I believe there was a term, metabolic phase or elimination phase. Could you just explain for us what that is?
Sure. So in the toxicology testing, there's 2 different levels that I ordered for levels of alcohol. One is they look in the blood to see the level of alcohol. The other is in what's called vitreous fluid or eye fluid. And we look at both areas because that can give us an idea of whether somebody is metabolizing through the alcohol or whether it's still rising. It just gives us an idea sometimes of how close to death they were when, the ingestion of alcohol happened. But basically, the level in the eye fluid trails behind what we see in the blood. There will be a small point in time, as we discussed earlier, that they will be almost the same. But you can just think of it as the blood alcohol goes up, and then a brief period of time later, the alcohol in the eye fluid will start to show. So again, it's just to give us an idea of whether somebody is metabolizing or whether they're still, the level is still rising, or if they're still, intaking alcohol.
That's priceless. I'm glad that Mr. Cacciatore asked this question because Owens was trying to cherry pick and try and make those blood alcohol levels seem a certain way. But the fact that his blood alcohol level had reduced by about half by the time he was put in that suitcase, that means he had stopped drinking. That means he wasn't continuing to drink and escalate like I'm sure Sarah is going to claim. He was metabolizing. His blood alcohol was on its way down at the time that he died.
So the result in this case was indicative that George Torres's level was coming down.
Yes.
And I think some of the math was a little bit difficult to follow on the fly. But with that rate of dissipation, would it be fair to say that he would have been in that suitcase for approximately 5 hours, because he couldn't be drinking whilst in the suitcase, that we're seeing this rate decrease between these two levels?
Well, you have to be careful how you interpret it because, the numbers that I have from toxicology testing, that's from one point in time. We're collecting those specimens at the time of the autopsy. So that's only one point in time. It's possible, but I can't say for certain. All I can tell you is that at some point in time, his blood alcohol was at least the higher level that we saw in the vitreous fluid. So if, the calculation of the 5 hours, that's an estimate because, again, everyone's a little bit different. But I think it's reasonable to say 5 hours. Yes, that's within reason to say that.
And obviously a pretty obvious point, but we don't continue to metabolize alcohol after death?
Correct.
You were asked about studies or tests being performed on the suitcase in this case.
Correct.
Would the presence of objects in that suitcase also affect the length of time a person may have survived in that suitcase?
I guess if there were a lot of other objects in there, that maybe could, occlude the mouth or nose, or maybe if that means if there's more stuff in the suitcase, there's less room for the person. So I guess.
Another variable that would also be present would be the opening of that zipper, would it not?
Yes.
So if the zipper was further open, potentially more oxygen could be coming into that area. Would that be fair to say?
Yeah, there could be more oxygen coming in, but that's always the question is, would it be enough? Because you can still have oxygen there, but it may not be enough. Again, that I talked about before.
And there would be no way to know exactly how far that zipper was potentially forced open.
Correct.
I have no further questions.
Can this witness be released?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Jill.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Can Parties approach for a moment.
I'm going to move past this approach. Oops.
Witness.
Chairman, may we approach one more moment?
Yes.
Fast forward again.
We stipulate who's on you. We stipulate to
Okay.
Y'all may be seated. Thank you.
Judge, James Owens here, and I'm here with Sarah Boone. The first exhibit is State's Exhibit F for identification. It is the title Stipulation Victim Identification, and it is signed by Mr. Cacciatore, Sarah Boone, and myself, October 2nd, 2024.
Okay. And the other stipulation?
The other is a stipulation of FDLE report, again signed by Dave Cacciatore Jr., Sarah Boone, and James Owens. It is it's listed as identification for identification States Exhibit N. It is a two-page FDLE laboratory report generated June 3rd of 2020.
Can you approach with both of those documents, please? Thank you.
Somebody said his fingers might be chewed up if he was sticking them out.
State, anything else to add over and above what Mr. Owens identified?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Ms. Boone, good morning. You were previously sworn earlier today. I hold in my hand two stipulations. The first stipulation, pre-marked as State's Exhibit F, reads Stipulation of Victim Identification. Reads as follows. The Assistant State Attorney, Dave Cacciatore Jr., the defendant, Sarah Boone, as well as his lawyer, we have a scrivener's error there, James Sullivan, okay. Sullivan Owens, stipulate that the identity of the deceased in this case is George Torres. Signed the 2nd day of October, 2024. Ma'am, have you had the opportunity to go over this stipulation with your attorney?
Yes.
Do you understand what this stipulation means?
Yes.
Are you freely and willingly entering into this stipulation?
Well, this is interesting. So people are asking what's going on, what's going on. So what's happening is there are certain documents that they want to get into evidence. And then there's the issue of the identity of the deceased, which generally has to be proven. But usually both sides stipulate or agree that, yeah, we're all talking about the same guy. We don't have to go through all that. Normally what happens is each side will just say, yeah, we agree that this is fine. But in this case, the judge is asking Sarah, explaining to her that, okay, this is what's going on. Everybody agreed to that. Do you agree to this? Do you understand this? Despite the fact that she has a lawyer. And I think that the judge and perhaps even her own defense team are doing this or having this done so she can't come back later and say, you guys agreed to something I never agreed to. I think that's why it's taking so long. They're going through this.
Stipulation.
I am.
Did anyone force you, threaten you, or coerce you to enter into this stipulation?
No.
All right, the court accepts this stipulation. How do we want to handle the little issue with regard to his lawyer as opposed to her lawyer?
I'm fine with the court making an edit to scratch out his and insert her if that's acceptable with the defense.
Acceptable?
Yes.
Ma'am, is that acceptable to you as well?
It is.
All right, thank you. The court will make that handwritten interlineation, removing his and adding her. State, do you seek, we'll move this into evidence in front of the jury, correct?
Correct.
All right, thank you, sir. Moving now to what was pre-marked as State's N. Ma'am, this is a stipulation of FDLE report. It reads, the Assistant State Attorney, Dave Cacciatore Jr., and defendant Sarah Boone, as well as his lawyer, James Sullivan Owens, stipulate to the admissibility into evidence at trial of the FDLE lab report authored by Carolina Benito on June 3, 2020. It bears Mr. Cacciatore's signature, your signature, and the signature of your attorney, Mr. Owens. Have you had the opportunity to review this stipulation with your attorney?
Yes.
Have you had the opportunity to review the 2-page FDLE report that will be attached to it?
Yes.
Do you understand what this stipulation means?
Yes.
Are you entering into this stipulation freely and voluntarily?
Yes.
Did anyone force you, threaten you, or coerce you to enter into this stipulation?
No.
All right, the court accepts this stipulation. Any issue with striking through his and adding her state?
No, Your Honor.
No, sir.
All right, the court will make that interlineation as well. Anything else we need to address, state, I will return these to you for the purposes of moving them into evidence with regard to these two stipulations.
Yes, Your Honor.
So nothing else?
Nothing else.
Okay, thank you. Defense, anything else? All right, thank you very much. Anything else we need to address before we bring back in our panel?
No, sir.
No, Your Honor.
All right, let's go ahead and stand and bring back in our panel. Thank you.
F and states N into evidence.
Any objections?
No objection.
All right, what was pre-marked as states F will be received without objection as state 14. What's been pre-marked as states N will be received into evidence without objection as state 15.
The jury was out and they're back now.
And Your Honor, we would request that they be published.
Thank you. Members of the jury, I'm going to read to you some stipulations along with an instruction. When the parties agree that certain facts are true, that is called a stipulation of fact. You must accept stipulated facts as having been proven. However, the significance of these facts, as with all facts, is for you to decide. In this case, the stipulated facts that you must accept as true are as follows. Stipulation of victim identification. The Assistant State Attorney, Dave Cacciatore Jr., and defendant, Sarah Boone, as well as her lawyer, James Sullivan Owens, stipulate that the identity of the deceased in this case is George Torres. Stipulation of FDLE report. The Assistant State Attorney, Dave Cacciatore Jr., and defendant, Sarah Boone, as well as her lawyer, James Sullivan Owens, stipulate to the admissibility into stipulate into evidence at trial of the FDLE lab report authored by Carolina Benito on June 3, 2020. With that, State, you can call your next witness.
Meredith McCaskill.
I do.
Ma'am, good morning. Could you please take a seat and state and spell your name for the record for us?
My name is Meredith McCaskill, and it's spelled MEredithMcCaskill.
Thank you. Mr. J, you may inquire.
Thank you. Where do you work, ma'am?
I am employed at the Florida Department of Law Enforcement, the Orlando Regional Operations Center.
And is that also called FDLE?
Yes, it is.
And what do you do for FDLE?
I am a senior crime laboratory analyst in the biology DNA section.
And what is your educational background? And we'll get into training and experience as well, but what's your educational background that allows you to do that job?
I have a Bachelor of Science in Biological Sciences from Clemson University and a Master of Science in Biomedical Forensic Science from the Boston University School of Medicine.
And when did you first start working for FDLE?
I started at FDLE in April of 2011.
Did you have any prior work experience as a forensic examiner of blood or biological or DNA evidence?
No, I did not.
So for the last 13 years, your experience has been with the FDLE?
Yes, that's correct.
And do you have any sort of in-house training and then continuing education that goes on as an employee at FDLE?
Yes. So when you become a crime laboratory analyst, you have to successfully complete a training program. This training program takes about 1.5 to 2 years. It covers all of our policies and procedures and manuals, reading textbooks and scientific articles, and performing a lot of in-house testing and training under the supervision of a qualified analyst. There's also written and oral examinations, and you have to successfully complete every part of that in order to work cases as a crime laboratory analyst. And then every year we have continuing education. So that's education that we need to do in order to stay current with new trends and technologies in the field.
Does the lab itself enjoy any accreditations, and what process, if so, does it go through to get them?
Yes, FDLE is accredited by an organization called ANAB. It's the American National Standards Institute National Accreditation Board. So we've been accredited for, I believe, over 30 years. It's a process where every 4 years they send people to come and inspect our lab, make sure that we're doing everything that we're supposed to be doing according to our policies and procedures, and then we're also following national standards that have been set down. That's every 4 years. It's very in-depth, and then we have additional kind of like spot checks every year just to make sure that we are maintaining everything that we are supposed to be doing.
Have you ever given testimony in court about your opinion about serology analysis or DNA analysis?
Yes, I have.
Approximately how many times?
Approximately 35 to 40 times.
Have you ever not been allowed to give opinion testimony in those areas?
No, I have not.
Can you tell us about the place, particularly within FDLE? Tell us about your workspace and what personal protection equipment you may wear when you're doing DNA analysis.
Yes, so in my workspace, I have what I call a clean side, which is where I keep all of my paperwork. And then I have my other side, which is used for actual screening of evidence items. So this is a surface where I can clean it with a detergent. I clean all of the instruments that I'm using. So scissors, markers to take notes, anything like that is cleaned with a detergent, both before I start and after I finish. And it's cleaned and maintained in between every item of evidence. So only one item of evidence is open at a time, and this is to minimize any potential contamination. So DNA from one item getting into DNA from a second item. I also wear what is called personal protective equipment. This includes a lab coat, face mask, gloves, and potentially a hairnet, depending on what type of evidence that I'm working with. And then the gloves are disposable, so they are changed before and after each item of evidence. It's also changed if I have to touch my computer to take notes, I change my gloves. If I have to touch another surface, I change my gloves. So it's a lot of procedures that we use in order to prevent my DNA from getting onto the item of evidence.
When DNA analysis is done, are instruments used to assist you in that process?
Yes, we have an instrument platform that we use that allows us to run the DNA in batches in a efficient manner. So there's multiple instruments that are used across the varying processes.
And do these instruments generate paperwork that humans such as yourself can then go read and interpret?
Yes, it does.
Now, in this particular case, you are not the analyst who examined the items. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Did you review the information that is generated by the instruments used by the analyst who did this work in coming to your own conclusions?
I was the technical reviewer on this file, so I reviewed all of the documentation and the paperwork and also the original analyst report.
All right. Now, One of the items that is said to have been analyzed was a DNA card. Are you familiar with what that is?
Yes, I am.
And can you tell the jury what that is?
Usually it's referred to as a DNA card or a blood stain card, and that's just a card where somebody can spot blood, usually human blood, on it and dry it down. Then the analyst can take a cutting of that stained area in order to generate a DNA profile.
And is that typically the manner in which a decedent or a dead person's DNA sample is provided to the lab for analysis?
Yes, that's a very common thing that we see in decedents.
And can you explain to the jury how it is an analyst such as yourself would take that blood stain on a portion of the DNA card and develop a DNA profile?
Yes, so it usually is blood stained on the card, so you can identify that stain visually, take a cutting of that stained area, and then place that cutting into a sterile tube, which is then sent through the DNA process. So that's adding chemicals and heat in order to break the cells open and release the DNA into the solution, and then running it through the rest of the procedures where we determine about how much DNA is in the sample, make millions of copies of our specific areas of interest, and then generate a DNA profile that can be used for comparison to any questioned items in the case.
Do you use some sort of commercial kit to develop DNA profiles on known items such as this?
Yes, we do.
Approximately how many locations back in 2020 would have been tested on this DNA card?
In 2020, it was 21 locations.
All right. And in going through this process, is there a process that amplifies the amount of DNA?
Yes, there is.
Can you describe that?
Yes, so we need to amplify or make millions of copies of the specific areas of interest that we're looking for. We don't want to make copies of the entire DNA molecule. We're just wanting to isolate those specific 21 areas and make copies of those specific areas in order to generate the DNA profile that we use in forensic DNA analysis.
And do you know what a short tandem repeat is?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
Short tandem repeat, we also call them STRs. That's just what we're looking for in the forensic DNA analysis. There are short areas of repeating DNA pieces. So, for example, at somebody's DNA profile at a specific location, you can have a set of 16 repeats and a set of 17 repeats. And that's just this one little piece of DNA, and it repeats 16 times. And then you have a piece that repeats 17 times. And it's the number of repeats that is different from person to person.
And you said you might be a 16 at one spot and 17. Let's just be clear on what we're talking about. On one particular location, or well, all of them, do you get DNA from mom and dad? Can you explain that?
Yes, so you get DNA from your parents. So it's inherited. You get half of your DNA from your mom and half from your dad. So when I'm talking about the short tandem repeats and the example of a 16 and a 17, that could mean that you got a set of 16 repeats from one parent and a set of 17 repeats from the other parent. So it's just the copies that you get from your parents.
And you might happen to have 16 from each.
Yes, that's also a possibility.
All right, and so the chemicals end up copying about, you said 21 areas in 2020?
Yes, so there's 21, and then we look at several areas that are on the gender marker, so it was 3 areas on the gender markers.
And each of these locations will come up with some sort of number like 16, 17, 4, 4, so on and so forth.
Yes, that's correct.
Were you able, in reviewing the instrumentation data in this case, was the DNA profile that was said to have come from Mr. Torres, was there able to be a full DNA profile at those 21 locations developed?
Yes, a complete profile was obtained for that sample.
Now, can you tell us what a buccal or a buccal swab, sometimes people call it each, which way is the right way?
I usually use the word buccal, but buccal is not incorrect either.
All right, and what is that?
It's just a swab that we can use as a reference sample from a person. So it looks, all of our swabs just kind of look like a long Q-tip with only one end. And then you just take that cotton tip end and rub it on the interior of your mouth to get a good DNA sample. You have a lot of cells on the inside of your mouth and a lot of saliva. So that's a good source to use for a known sample from a person.
And these long Q-tips, I believe, as you described, Are they put into a box that is designed in a way so that the Q-tip doesn't touch the edges of the box?
Yes, I've seen it in boxes like that, but I have also seen it where they've been put back into the original paper packet container. So either method is fine.
And did the FDLE in this particular case, in the data that you reviewed, was there buccal swabs represented as being from the defendant, Sarah Boone?
Yes, there was.
And in the process that you've briefly described for the jury already, can you just tell us if it's different in any way to take a part of that cotton swab to develop a DNA profile than a piece of the DNA paper?
No, it's the same process. With the buccal swabs, I'm just taking a small cutting of the cotton area of the swab, placing it in a tube, and then running it through the exact same DNA process.
And was a full profile at the 21 locations able to be developed for the buccal swabs represented as being from Ms. Boone?
Yes, a complete profile was obtained for that sample.
So people in the comments are saying, oh, the science stuff is boring. And somebody's asking, why are we have to hear this? I can put it on 1.25 speed or something if you want. Let me explain to you what the point of this is. There are multiple reasons why they go through this. One is so that the jury, you can't assume that the jury already knows this. You guys watch true crime. You have probably heard this 1,000 times, right? So the jury maybe hasn't, so they can't assume they have. So they all have to be given the same information. Also, they have to set out things like, and this is to protect the case, things like these are our procedures so that the defense can't come back and say there's cross-contamination. These are, you get into things like chain of custody. Why does this matter? How you compare, how you read the numbers, all of that, so that when they get to the actual testimony, that it makes some sense to the layperson. Did I answer your question? Oh, William Carl is saying, do not fast forward. Okay. GC is saying the sciences part is the least frustrating. And Muckle's saying this is over Sarah's head. Addie's saying, I understand, but Z. Okay, we're gonna keep going. I won't fast forward it. But I'm kind of falling asleep too because we've heard this a million times before.
Were there also what we call unknown samples that were examined in this case?
Yes, there were.
And can you describe the difference between a known and an unknown sample for the jury?
Yes, a known sample is a sample from a specific person. So that's like the example of a buccal swab. I know that sample came from that individual, and I can use that as a way to determine that particular person's DNA profile. An unknown sample is just a sample where we don't know whose DNA or if there is any DNA on that sample at all. So those are question items that can be, once a DNA profile is obtained from that item, can be compared to the known profiles obtained from individuals.
And in this case, was there an unknown item labeled as DNA swabs representative coming from Mr. Torres's fingernails?
I believe it was fingernail clippings from Mr. Torres, yes.
All right, and typically, I know you didn't do the work on this particular case, but in reviewing the notes and in your experience, do these DNA samples from fingernail clippings come in as swabs, like a buccal swab?
So sometimes they can come in as swabs, but other times they come in as just fingernail clippings, so taking the clippers and just cutting off the ends of the fingernails. And then I've also seen it where they've been scraped using pointed sticks.
And so if there is a swab that came in represented as being from the fingernails, then that would go through the process of as you previously described for the buccal swabs?
Yes, that's correct.
And if it comes in as fingernails or scrapings, do you all have to make your own swabs?
Yes, that's correct.
And how would you go about doing that?
We have prepackaged swabs in our lab. We can then use some sterile deionized water and drip that onto the end of the cotton tip to make it a little bit moist so that it can pick up any DNA that is left on the item. And then we just swab the surface of the item, allow the swab to dry, and then cut it and place it into a tube for the DNA process. So we're just making our own swabs at that point.
And was there a profile obtained from what was represented as being a DNA sample from Mr. Torres' fingernail clippings?
Yes, there was.
And did it match either of the two known profiles that we've just discussed here this morning?
Yes, it did.
Which one?
Mr. Torres.
Were there any results indicating foreign DNA on this item?
No, there were no DNA results foreign to Mr. Torres obtained from either set of fingernail clippings.
Likewise.
In case anybody needs a translation, under his fingernails, what's the DNA under his fingernails? Not Sarah's, okay? Nobody else's but his. Meaning he wasn't grabbing her, scratching her, attacking her.
Was there something examined in this case represented to be swabs or DNA samples from Ms. Boone, the defendant's fingernails?
Yes, those were swabs that were sent, represented as being from her fingernails.
And so just like the buccal swabs that come in as a Q-tip, and then you would test that in a similar manner?
Yes, that's correct.
Was a profile able to be developed from what was represented as being swabs from Ms. Boone's fingernails?
Yes, there was.
And did that profile match either of the two known profiles that we've been discussing this morning?
Yes, it did.
And whose was that?
Miss Boone's.
Now, in regards to both of these last items that we've talked about, the fingernail swabs from each Mr.
So Mr. Torres's DNA was not under Sarah Boone's fingernails at the time they tested it. But remember, this is much later, right? This is not only is it much later that day, she's had overnight. So I'm assuming she would have taken a shower and everything else before she went to the police station.
Mr. Torres and Ms. Boone. Is it expected that their profile would be developed from DNA swabs from their fingernails?
Yes, it is. All of those samples were represented as being from those particular individuals, so their DNA is expected to be on those items.
Was there any DNA foreign to Ms. Boone on those samples that were represented as coming from her fingernails?
No, there were no DNA results foreign to Miss Boone obtained from either set of fingernail swabs.
Now, with this amplification process that you've described, is it PCR?
Yes, it is.
How sensitive is it when a sample is taken from an unknown area, such as fingernails?
The PCR process is pretty sensitive, and over the years, as the science has evolved and testing has changed, the process has become even more sensitive over the years.
And hypothetically, if two people are living together and are intimate partners, quite frankly, would you expect the intimate partner's DNA to show up on swabbings from their fingernails?
Yes, it's possible that their DNA would show up if they're in close contact with each other.
But in this particular case, after reviewing all of the instrumentation data, there was no DNA foreign to either of their fingernail clippers, both clippings or swabs from their fingernails, both Mr. Torres and Ms. Boone.
Yes, that's correct.
No other questions?
Any cross-examination?
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Once you develop a profile, are you able to take that profile and compare it to other possible DNA on objects or items?
Well, if it's a DNA profile that is obtained from a questioned item, we can compare that to profiles from known individuals.
And in this case, an example of that, if an object from an unknown source, you could take that and compare it to a known profile. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And if you get a match with that comparison, what can you take from that?
Just that is the DNA profiles are the same.
So if it's an object, let's say like a bat, and there's a DNA profile that's obtained from the bat, and it matches a known profile, could you make the conclusion that that person touched or handled that bat from the known profile?
No, I can't. There's nothing in the testing that we do at FDLE that will allow me to determine how any DNA ended up on an object or how long it's been on that object.
I think Mr. Henderson was asking a question, and I think she might have tried to answer she thought it was a different question. So basically, the fact of the matter is, for those who haven't seen a lot of trials, is if your DNA is on an item, it likely means that you somehow came in contact with that item. There is transfer DNA, and that's a whole other conversation. I'm not going to get into it here. So I don't know why he's going here with this, because one would expect to find Sarah's DNA on the bat. So we'll see.
Now, you said that in this case, what was sent for DNA comparison?
In this case, there was a blood stain card or a DNA card represented as being from Mr. Torres, buccal swabs represented as being from Miss Boone, fingernail clippings from both hands represented as being from Mr. Torres, and then fingernail swabs from both hands represented as being from Miss Boone.
Those are the only items that were sent to your lab for comparison.
Those were the only items sent to the DNA lab, yes.
Thank you, ma'am. I have no further questions.
Any redirecting?
So the implication that Henderson is trying to make is that the police didn't do a thorough job. There is no indication or allegation or anything else that anyone else was there except for Sarah and George. So, what do they want them to do? Test the whole neighborhood? I'm telling you, it doesn't matter how much the police do, the defense will find something to say, well, they're wrong, and it's all besides the point.
Examination.
No redirection can be excused as far as the state is concerned.
Defense?
Yes.
All right, ma'am, you're excused. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
It's not like there's a third-party culprit question here.
State, you may call your next witness.
Janelle Waddin.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you should give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. Thank you.
Ma'am, good morning. If you could take a seat, state your name and spell it for the record, please.
First name is Janella, Junella. Last name is Wadden, UAD as in Delta, AN.
May it please the court?
You may proceed, sir.
Where do you work, ma'am?
I'm currently employed with the Orange County Sheriff's Office here in Orlando, Florida.
And what does Sheriff Mina currently having you do?
I'm currently, my current position is a digital forensic examiner.
And how long have you held that position?
I just hit 6 years.
And can you tell us about, and we're going to break it down, education, training, and experience. Let's just talk about your education. What's your educational background prior to becoming a law enforcement officer? In particular, what is relevant to being a digital forensic examiner?
I actually started in crime scene investigations with the Sheriff's Office. So I have a bachelor's in forensic science through the University of Central Florida. Upon transferring over to our digital forensics unit, I became a certified computer forensic examiner through the International Association of Computer Investigative Specialists.
And that's IACIS?
ISIS, yes.
And can we call it ISIS?
Yes.
How do you say it?
IASIS.
IASIS. All right. I just want to shorten it for today.
Yes.
All right, so IASIS. Tell us about that program that you went through with IASIS to become a digital forensics examiner.
Yes, the beginning portion of it is in classroom training. It's normally only hosted in 2 different locations around the world, one being here in Orlando, the other one normally being somewhere over in Europe. They actually just expanded a 3rd location over in Australia. So again, the first 2 weeks are in classroom training, normally with over 300 other students. And then the next 5 to 6 months are all a peer review type training where they give you problem sets on how to, it goes from basic education on computer forensics to how to recover data. Could be pictures, could be videos. You're not sure until you pass one step to move on to the next one to figure out what you're essentially what kind of questions you're going to get.
All right. We'll take a break from the education training experience for 1 second. On February 23rd, 2020, were you called out to a scene?
Yes.
And does that happen from time to time as a digital forensic examiner as opposed to your previous duties like a CSI, which would always go to the scene?
Yes, as a digital forensic examiner, we are required to come out on scenes if requested.
May I approach the witness with E for identification?
You may.
Showing you E for identification, you recognize states E for identification?
Yes.
And how is it that you recognize that?
I recognize the front label or the portion filled out on the envelope with my handwriting, as well as evidence tape sealed, also initialed with my initials.
And the information on it includes like your case number and some of the other information that you just answered?
Yes, case number, date of collection, and the item description.
And what is said to be contained inside of that envelope?
An Apple iPhone Model XS with a pink case.
All right, and if I am not incorrect, I believe there's 2 sets of evidence tape on that item?
Yes.
Can you tell us about each set?
The first set, which is the red tape here, initially when I collect or sometimes when we receive items from crime scene investigators, the packaging necessarily doesn't have to be sealed just because the phone might have to be kept charged on prior to us receiving the phone. So in this case, I did collect the item from the residence. I brought it back to our office. And then once I was done with my exam, it later gets sealed, again with my initials and dates. And if there's a, later on an evidence review or somebody needs to review the item again, if we need to do an additional examination, the package might be reopened and then resealed again, hence the blue tape here at the bottom.
All right, other than the blue tape, is that item and the packaging substantially in the same condition when you were done examining what is said to be contained inside?
Yes.
May I approach the witness?
You may.
If you would, could you open up this package and, without showing it to the jury at this point, see if you recognize what's inside of the envelope?
Yes, there's a phone with a pink case inside.
Do you recognize that as the item that you collected from the scene that you went to on February 23rd, 2020, and then later examined?
Yes.
All right. So, this scene, February 23rd, 2020, where is this scene?
I believe it's 4740, or can I refer to my report for the address or the numerical?
If it would refresh your memory.
Yes.
Go ahead, and then when you're done refreshing your memory, let us know if your memory was refreshed.
Yes.
Memory refreshed.
Yes.
What is your answer?
4748 Franz, not sure if I'm saying that correct, court, apartment number 3.
Now, I know you work for the Sheriff's Office in Orange County, but I still need to ask, is this in Orange County, Florida?
Yes.
All right. Now, you collected that item. May I move E for identification and evidence at this time?
Any objections?
No objection?
What was pre-marked as E will be received into evidence without objection. Estate 16.
Did you do anything with that item while you were on scene?
Yes.
What is it that you did with that item while you were on scene?
I was requested to come out. I was informed from the detectives that the user of the device gave consent for us to download her phone. So I responded out, and once I located the phone, I immediately started to extract the data from the phone.
All right. So now let's talk about what tools you use to do that. I assume there's some software involved with this process.
Yes.
Can you tell us about your familiarity and the training that you had in regards to using that software back in the time of February 2020?
Yes. One of the main tools that we use for data extraction is called Cellbrite. I did obtain, again, transitioning to our digital forensics unit, I obtained 2 certificates with Cellbrite, which is an operator certificate knowing how to operate the hardware and the extraction software, as well as a certificate in their physical analyzer software, which is more used for the analysis part. So once we download the phone, we get a digital file, which to us is a lot of data, which humans, we can't read. So their software basically makes it more readable for us humans, which we can then generate a report in different formats for review. So in this case, we used Cellbrite. They actually started to develop software for cell phone companies. So if you remember back in the day when you went to go upgrade your phone and you had to go into a brick and mortar store, they actually had the software to help transfer your old data from your old phone and transfer it to your new phone, like your contacts, your pictures, your videos, a lot of the data that you didn't want to lose when upgrading your phone. But they are now a predominantly digital forensics company, and they provide the software that we use to extract data off of digital devices.
And is there any hardware involved to use this software?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
Yes, in this case, and especially at that time, we had 2 options. There was a portable tablet. In this case, you can still use a computer, and they have sister software that mirrors the exact same software that's on the portable tablet. So in this case, I had my call-out laptop with the extraction software installed on it, and just like you would to connect your phone to, let's say, your computer to export photos or take photos off of your phone if you want to save them, we're doing essentially the exact same thing in the field where we're connecting it to our computer, and we're letting the software pull all that data or the contents off of that phone.
When you were told that you had Miss Boone's password to her phone device, do you do anything to try and make sure that the data cannot be manipulated or destroyed from the outside world?
Yes, it's standard protocol. Like once we receive a phone, hopefully somebody did it before it's handed to us. But again, if we're responding out to the scene or we're the only ones that are interacting with the phone, we for sure try to, if we are given a passcode, we try to confirm the passcode. And then the phone is immediately put into airplane mode, which will disconnect it from any outside network. And we also try to ensure, because not always, once you place your phone into airplane mode, it doesn't always turn off your Bluetooth and or Wi-Fi connections. So we may go in and make sure that those settings are also disabled before we extract the data.
All right. Take us through this extraction process. I understand that there are many different levels of information that you can get depending on a lot of things that you'll tell us about. Can you tell us the level of extraction you were able to do on site with this cellular phone device?
Yes, for this specific phone, we were trying to minimally get the user data. Again, the stuff that you guys can see when you're looking through your phone, your calls, your messages, your pictures, your videos. And in this case, that's the level of support that the on-scene software that we're able to use is able to download from the phone, especially with having a password or passcode.
All right. So I think we're all familiar with Windows. I think Mac has its own special iOS operating system as well. Can you tell us about the operating system that was on this particular cellular phone device?
Yes, Apple has its own operating system, iOS if you have an iPhone, and of course, even if you have Android or Apple, you're constantly getting notifications saying it's time to update your phone to the newest software. So in this case, it's an iPhone, so it's running their shortened version of iOS.
Can you also extract data that has been quote unquote deleted from the operating system? And can you just tell us all about that?
Yes, it is sometimes a possibility. It's not always guaranteed, but we sometimes have more advanced tools that can potentially pull that data from the device, and then later, once we get that download, we can put it into that software, and normally will give us indications on whether or not data has been deleted.
And so if a particular photograph or a Word document or some sort of file has been deleted from the operating system, may it still remain on the phone device or computer device?
Yes.
It may still be locatable with your software tools.
That is the hope. Again, not always guaranteed, but again, that's why we're trying to go in there and look for that the data behind the scenes to see if we can recover those artifacts. Yes.
Did you later do another extraction of this phone device back in the office?
Yes.
And tell us if it is different in any way, how your software or hardware was different in doing it at the office.
Yes, in this case, we use, again, a more advanced tool, which is able to capture, the technical term is a full file system. So we're capturing that whole filing cabinet, you would say, of the data stored on the phone, with, again, the probability to not only collect possibly deleted data, but also your systems information, application data like your social media, messaging apps, everything aside from your normal user data, like your calls and messages and pictures and videos.
And what level of capture, and if you answered it in that, I'm sorry, what level of capture were you able to do?
Again, in this case, I was able to do the full file system back at the office. On scene, the technical term is an advanced logical or logical extraction, again, which encompasses your generic user data on your phone.
And the level of extraction you did at the office, does that encompass data that is outside of the operating system or in unallocated space?
It can include that data, yes.
Okay. Now, what kind of information can be generated by this computer software tool that you used to make it presentable for humans such as yourself or the members of the jury to review?
Yeah, in the software, it will place the data in data categories. So it's organized. We can, if we just want to search between messages, we can go in the messages category. If we want to look at logs, like maybe data that your phone's recording, like locations, app activity, that's also presented in its own data category. And it also has the ability to put all that data in chronological order in what they refer to as a timeline. So we can also see all that ongoing data in the timeline section. And if we need to, we can either narrow down to a small scope of time, or if it's requested, we can give all the data, all in that timeline to whoever wants to review it.
And for instance, if there's an entry on the timeline that says, April 1st, 2016, photograph ABC was taken. Are there separate folders that are generated by this software tool that has all the images, such as that still photograph, generated?
Yes, when we export it or generate like in a PDF version of that report, all that data is categorized in a PDF, but it also exports a copy of that same data, such as images and videos, in separate subfolders. So if I just wanted to go look at the pictures from the phone directly, I could just go into that subfolder and just look at all thousands of images that might be exported from the phone.
Okay. And is there identifying information such as an IMEI that is generated by this software tool, and can you tell us what these things are?
Yes, the IMEI is one identifier that your cell phone has to help authenticate it to your cell phone network. It also is like a serial number unique to your phone. And in this case, our software is able to read and report all those device identifiers from your phone, including an IMEI.
And do you take actual photographs of the cellular phone device, like the exhibit we just put into evidence, to document it before or after you do the extraction?
Yes, just like in crime scene, a cell phone digital evidence is essentially another form of evidence. So we always try to document the current state, condition, whether it's locked, unlocked, and if we, again, in this case, we were provided a passcode, so I normally like to photographically document the phone's identifiers or accounts that may be logged into the phone.
Prior to trial, were you asked to look at two different exhibits to see if they represented a portion of that timeline you described that can be put into the PDF report form, as well as some of the images and videos from this extraction that you performed on the device that's in evidence?
Yes.
May I approach?
You may.
What I'm showing you first is O for identification. Did you have an opportunity to review that this morning to make sure that the portion of the PDF and the images in a separate folder there were part of the extraction that you did on this device that we're talking about?
Yes.
And was that accurate?
Yes.
P for identification, is that another carve out of the PDF timeline as well as videos and photographs from that device?
Yes.
All right, this time the state will move O for identification into evidence and reserve on P.
With regard to states O.
No objection.
All right, what was pre-marked as states O will be received into evidence without objection as state 17.
Permission to publish?
You may.
Opening up the file labeled extraction. Guess we don't get that monitor. All right, so sorry about your neck. Looking at entry 31079, can we just go column through column and explain what we're looking at?
Yes, the first column normally is just an assigned number, just like a line item number for the report, because again, this is an excerpt. There could be thousands and thousands of line items when you're looking at the entire timeline. So the far left-hand column is just a line item number, followed by again, the data category for whatever data you're looking at. In this case, there's a couple listed as application usage and then location data.
Let's talk about the column that has dates and times, and can you explain to us what UTC -5 means?
Yes. Another column, again, we're looking this at a timeline, so we want to know dates and times. So we'll include the date and time of the data that was recorded onto the phone. And this report was adjusted for our local Eastern Standard Time here in Orlando, Florida, so UTC -5.
And going up to the top line there, 31075, that indicates that there is a start time for the application com.apple.camera, and then going back to our original one, 31079, that's the end time. Can you tell us what that means?
Yes, so Apple is very good about recording activity on the directly from your device. When you open up a certain application, such as the camera, Apple is making note that you, in this case, it's indicating a start time. So you opened up your camera at 10:21:36 p.m. And then you stopped using it, maybe closed it out or stopped recording at 10:21:38 p.m.
And in this portion of the PDF timeline, there does not appear to have been any videos or photographs captured while the camera was open. Is that accurate?
Based on that excerpt, I don't see a recorded media file.
All right. In the surrounding entries, can we just talk about what I would unfairly probably call spam of locations? What is going on there?
Again, if there's usage, application usage, or you're just in a really good location, or your device is just set to record locations wherever you are, your phone is also recording that data as well. And in some cases, like again, your phone, if you have it set for your camera to record your location when you take a picture. Again, like when you reopen that picture, it'll show you, hey, you were located at, 2500 West Colonial Drive. That's that data that's being recorded in the background while you're using that application that it might have that permission to record that data.
Can we just go column by column through the first entry here, 16498? What does instant messages mean?
That's referencing text messages.
Second column, outgoing. Does that indicate there's an outgoing communication?
Yes, it'll reflect outgoing or incoming depending on the recipient or sender.
The next column, there's a 1. What does that mean?
That just might be like one entry, one message. I don't see the header for the columns. That one I'm not sure of.
All right, and the date and time we've already explained. Let's talk about the from, paren owner, and then the participants. What does this all mean?
So the from section, again, if we're looking at the first row of data, it's indicative that it's a text message because the sender, it's listing the phone number being used to send that message. And then for iPhone devices specifically, if you're communicating with another Apple device, it may also list the phone number as well as your backup, which is your Apple ID. So if it can't transmit that message through your phone number, it might default to your iCloud account. And in this case, it's listing both.
All right, and if, for instance, the outgoing recipient or the incoming sender of the text message is in the contacts, would it show up with the person's name, such as Wancho?
Yes, our software will display your contact name as how you save it.
And if there's no contact name, it would just show the phone number?
Phone number or, again, Apple, your iCloud account.
Videos, 16499, capture time, what does that indicate?
So that is when the video, in this case, it looks like a video is captured on the device.
Let's specifically talk about entry 16520. Again, we've discussed that's an instant message and it's incoming rather than outgoing. So that means it came to this phone device?
Yes.
And over to the right of the date and time, which would have been 6:07 p.m. 30 seconds on Christmas 2019, it indicates that it's from a contact named Mo. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Then the contents speak for itself. Going down to 16522, an outgoing instant message at 11:31 p.m. 57 seconds on Christmas 2000.
I'm going to pause this for a second. He's kind of flying right through this, but we're looking at this whole thing, this text exchange where she's saying to somebody, your dad hit me in the face, hide and seek I shall, all that. So this is Christmas 2019. I just wanted to pause a minute so people could actually see it.
2019. What is the content of that communication?
The content of the message is hide and seek, I shall.
Turning down to 17167. It's an instant message that indicates it's outgoing from this device on January 13th, 2020, 5:01 p.m. 41 seconds, and it's from what is paren owner. Does that mean it's from the device?
Yes.
What's the content of that text message?
Sorry, what was the line item number?
17167.
And bless you and all of you too. I'll get rid of him.
Then the next three are also outgoing messages. What do they indicate as far as content?
Starting with 17168, then I'll be better, followed by 17169, ugh, and 17170, Torres.
So that's January 13th, yeah? Aaron's saying as a juror, I would be like, whoa. Yeah, who is Mo?
Turning now to entry 31103, which is on page 49 of the 59-page PDF. Again, it looks like what we talked about before, the com.camera application gets opened up to be used at 11:12 p.m. 40 seconds. Is that what this data reflects?
Yes.
And then at entry 31107, a video that ends up being captured as IMG_1062.mov begins at 11:12 p.m. 45 seconds on February 23rd, 2020. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And then there does not seem to be any intervening closing of the camera application before we get to 31113.
In that portion, I don't see that information.
And then at 11:23 p.m. 03 seconds on February 23rd, 2020, in entry 31113, a second movie is generated by this device labeled IMG_1063.mov.
Yes.
I'm going to continue publishing from this exhibit.
Okay, I'm going to stop here. Big trigger warning. I have not played this video on my channel before for reasons of sensitivity. I am going to let it roll because this is part of the trial. But if you've got kids in the room, if the things like this upset you, you might want to fast forward or turn it off for a few minutes. Okay, here we go.
For everything you've done to me. For everything you've done to me. Fuck you. Fuck you. Stupid. That's my name. Don't wear it out. I can't fucking breathe, babe. Seriously. Yeah, that's when you do when you choke me. Sarah. 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 Sarah, I can't breathe, babe. That's on you. Sarah, I can't breathe. It's on you. Sarah. Real or ransom? Now you want to give it for it extra. Because I got this. Sarah. Real or ransom? Sarah. I can't breathe, babe. Oh. That's what I feel like when you ching on me. Sarah. Fuck you! Breathe, Sarah. Yeah. You should probably shut the fuck up.
For the record, that was IMG_1062.mov, now publishing 1063, same respective file name.
Sarah.
No other questions of this witness?
Any cross-examination?
Good afternoon, ma'am. I believe you stated on direct that you were called to the scene and you were asked to do your analysis out there. Is that correct?
At least a download.
Download. What type of phone was this?
An Apple iPhone XS.
And how were you able to get into the phone, for lack of a better word?
I was provided with the phone's passcode.
Okay. With an Apple phone, without being given that passcode, are you able to get in an Apple phone?
Maybe not necessarily unlock the phone, even though that is an option through some of our advanced tools that is supported. But it can have the ability to download the phone even in a locked state and pull 80–85% of that data.
Is it a much easier process when you have the code?
It's quicker, yes.
Oh my gosh. So he's going to go through, well, Sarah voluntarily gave you the code. So what? She still did what she did. The jury still saw that video, and I've been kind of watching the comments here, and I think so many people agree here that she's not I mean, she's not showing any emotion, and a big display would be inappropriate. But I mean, I don't know. I would just be hanging my head in shame or be horrified. I don't know.
And how were you provided that code?
I believe either through Detective Copsel or Connolly at the time, or I may have asked Miss Boone just to reconfirm the passcode.
And did she give you the passcode?
Yes, somebody did, yes.
Now, on the first exhibit that went up, or when you're talking about the communications or the identifying factors of the phone, one of the things that were identified is dates and times. Is that correct?
Yes.
Right. Also, you said it would tell you if the source was incoming or outgoing. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And then you said it would it could identify either by phone number or name. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. On the examples that you gave us, who was the identifying name as to the outgoing on this phone?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Who was the identifying name for the outgoing?
Really? He's going to point out that the name on the phone is Brian Boone. Right? But really, do we think Brian had Sarah's phone? He's going to suggest it could be anybody. He's going to suggest it could have been Mr. Torres sending these messages about getting rid of him.
Texts or calls on this phone?
I think in some of the line items that were shown above, it was just listed as a phone number.
Was there ever a name listed?
A physical name, possibly in other line items, but in those excerpts, it's just by phone number.
Okay. Did you ever see the name Brian Boone?
Yes.
Okay. Where did you see the name Brian Boone?
I believe in one of the iCloud or accounts that was logged into the phone, there was the associated email address.
Okay. Taking that, was it any other place where you would see in a different name as to the outgoing, other than Brian Boone?
Again, there might have been other names listed in other portions of it. But again, in those excerpts, it was just either by phone number or, again, with the Apple iPhone listing, the iCloud account.
All right. Do you have a copy of the exhibit up there?
No, not on me.
Can we get that pulled up?
I don't think she understands where he's going. So I think that's why she isn't answering the way he wants. She doesn't get what he's going for here.
Are you able to see that?
No, this monitor is not working.
May we approach?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to try and fast forward past this. Approach.
Referencing like the instant message row. Referencing like the instant message row. Yes. Yes.
All right. Does it, as far as participants, what does that show you? What does it tell you?
So it's listing the owner in reference to we'll say the first phone number, 8684. It's referencing that phone number as well as the Gmail account or iCloud account associated with the phone, and then it's listing a physical name of Brian Boone.
Okay, so it's showing Brian Boone as being the owner of the phone. Is that correct?
For that phone number and or one of the participants in that message conversation.
did you recall seeing any other name associated with that phone number other than Brian Boone?
I'm not sure I'm understanding the question.
All right, when you did the analysis of this, and you would look for the potential.
I'm not understanding the question. This line of questioning is so ridiculously stupid that my brain can't even open up to like let that one in because it's so out there. Come on. Brian Boone paid the bill. This is why this is an argument for why not to let someone leech off you and pay their bills for them, because wow.
Participants and get that information, match it up with the phone number. Then in certain cases, they will show you the owner name, because you said Apple is very detailed in some of their applications. So did you ever see another name associated with this account other than Brian Boone?
There was another iCloud account logged in on the physical phone.
Okay.
But there was no name attached.
There was no name attached. Oh, bless you. Now, when you're identifying these sources as being either outgoing or incoming sources, and is that basically telling you what device is being used?
No, it does. It's not indicative of a specific device, other than we know outgoing. Obviously, the source is the phone that we extracted that data from. In incoming messages, it does not let us know if the message was made through a Samsung Galaxy or another iPhone.
Okay. What identifying information do you get at that time?
In regards to receiving a message, in this case, or what's displayed there, it's going to give us the content of the message. It's going to give us the date and time that the message was sent or received. And again, like in your phone, it does depict either through a small notification arrows indicating ingoing or outgoing. So it's just displaying that version in text up there.
Okay. And then from there, it's basically telling you the number that it came from. Is that correct?
Yes, like in reference to that top row, it's saying that message came from that phone number. Again, the top line item, last 4 digits is 8684. And then it's also listing the message participants.
It's not telling you the person who sent the message, is it?
Correct. Just that it's originating from a phone number.
So if 2 people or more people had access to a phone, you wouldn't, from this information, you wouldn't be able to tell who actually sent the message on any given time. Is that correct?
No, I'm not a fly on the wall, and
What a long-ass way to ask that question. But you know what? All this blah, 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 blah is like, let's put the jury back to sleep. They saw that video. Let's just go way over here. And he's bringing up, well, you can't tell who is using the phone. What, are they alleging somebody else was there and took that video? Come on.
I can't see who's physically typing out messages.
Thank you, ma'am. No further questions.
Any redirect examination?
Other than just your subjective interpretation given the context of conversations.
Yes.
And if photographs or videos are taken during these conversations, that could be indicative of who is behind the phone device as well.
Based on sound and visuals, that it does help.
Thank you.
Can this witness be released?
As far as the state is concerned, yes, sir.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, ma'am, you're released. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
State any other witnesses or evidence to call at this time?
Not for the morning presentation.
Okay, all right. Members of our jury, it is 12:21. At this point in time, we're going to go ahead and take our lunch break. I'm going to ask you to report back here at 2 o'clock at 12.
Of the interviews in
There's
this
something
case
going
would
on
be
here. Hang on.
Approximately 3.
Room or blog. With that, members of the jury, we'll be in recess. We'll see you back here at 2 o'clock this afternoon. I thank you for your time.
It looks like Catch a Story is going to argue something. I just want to see what that is. think Henderson wants to also suggest that it wasn't Sarah who made the hide and seek remark. So there's still more coming.
Y'all may be seated. Thank you. State, anything we need to address before we adjourn for the lunch hour?
No, sir. Your Honor, just briefly, as far as the scheduling of events this afternoon, the next witness we would be intending on calling would be Detective Capsule. Capsule, I apologize. Just the publication of the interviews in this case would be approximately 3 hours in length, not to mention any direct testimony and cross-examination testimony. So that's likely to take us beyond the 5 o'clock hour. I don't know if we can work late to accomplish it all.
I'm inclined to work late. It's just if they're on board with that.
Okay.
If we need to go after 5 o'clock due to that presentation, we can. How long do you anticipate going? If you had to ballpark it.
I would think it would be 4 to 5 hours, depending on the length of the cross.
What about in your side of the ledger?
I think my direct exam questions will probably be 30 to 40 minutes.
Okay. How long do you anticipate your cross-examination being, Counselor? Mr. Henderson?
Judge, not too long, 30, 35 minutes.
Okay.
If that, but here's the only concern that I have.
Yes, sir.
We have one juror who has said and told us during voir dire, as long as we're getting out of here at 5, my scheduling is okay. After that, that causes a problem. That's the only concern I have.
Okay.
So if we could let them know early, if that's the plan, so she might be able to make some arrangements. Probably need to do that.
Judging the other component, we've got some people flying in, and we've got experts that we're trying to coordinate. So the sooner we know the logistics of when they're going to rest the case, we talked late last week that we felt like they were going to end their case at the end of business today, but it sounds like it may get pushed to tomorrow.
I think step one is conferring with our jury if they're amenable to working past 5. I do recall the one juror with child care concerns. If we go slightly over, and we'll have to address that when we get closer to it, and maybe a situation where cross-examination may have to be left for tomorrow, but that's something that we'll need to discuss when we get closer to it.
Yes.
Anything else, State?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else, Defense? All right, we'll see you all at 2 o'clock. Wait, yes, sir.
I hope they play.
The state have been using CDs, I believe. We've got flash drives to admit into evidence instead of CDs. We didn't bring the capability to transfer those to CDs.
Response?
Is that a declaration, or is there?
Why is that the
It sounds
state's
like that's
problem?
what Mr. Owens' intent is for the purposes of submitting evidence.
The one reason I would suggest not introducing USBs is because they're rewritable and they can be manipulated and destroyed by the jury, or not that anybody would do it intentionally, clerks of the court. Any sort of issues can happen when something is not locked and put onto a physical burnt piece of wax.
Mr. Owens?
We'll see what we can do here locally. There's a FedEx. I don't know if they would be able to do that.
Somebody
FedEx is
said
a
early
block
he's
away.
going to
We'll
go
check
to
with them.
FedEx.
I would check with them.
Now he's going to go to
agree with the
FedEx.
state's concerns as to manipulation or editing of anything that may be contained in a USB drive. Not to say that that's going to happen, but it certainly preserves the evidence moving forward rather than it being in a
Jay
editable
Borrego,
form, be it in a USB
the
drive.
jury is not there
Very
right
good.
now.
Okay,
I
thank you all
don't
very
think.
much. We'll see
I
you at
think
2
they
o'clock.
left.
Court's off the record.
So, okay. So, what time is it? Does anyone have anything they want to say, talk about before we break for lunch? Just gonna actually change. I'm going to change over here and so I can see the chat better. Okay. Ooh. Yes, Owen's always expecting Mr. J to do his job. Yeah. Yep. The heart machine says jury lost their appetite. Yeah. Yes, Christine, go for a long walk with your dogs. Look up something funny. Find a way to laugh. Take deep breaths. Mary Graff is saying, I notice she's not looking at the jury at all. Interesting. Yeah, I think she may not be cluing in that she needs to connect with them. Thank you, Kat. Okay, so Barnabas says, want to emphasize how much I despise SB. Juno's asking, what did you think of Sarah's reaction to the video? Yeah, I think she's in denial. I think she just goes somewhere else. I did notice she did turn a little more red, but not a lot. I wouldn't be able to get through without you. Oh, without this chat is great. You know, you guys have a great sense of humor. You bring up points that, you know, maybe people wouldn't think of. You remind us of different things. You guys are terrific. Oh, Ellie, that was you about the FedEx? Yeah. Okay. So I think I am going to go and pay some quality attention to Watson. We will be on there's a separate stream for this afternoon. So I will see you all at 2:00. Thanks for joining me. I'll see you in a